Hey guys, tonight we step into a quiet field by a wide river in Sichuan, where the ground keeps secrets and the night air tastes faintly of wet clay. You zip your jacket, press a boot into the soft path, and feel that little crackle of anticipation that says the earth might actually talk back if you listen long enough. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and the exact time in the comments so I can imagine where you're tuning in from. Maybe it's a neon apartment window in Shanghai, a sleepy house in Vancouver, a train seat humming through Berlin, or a porch swing in Kuala Lumpur. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Moonlight settles over a grid excavation square like silk, and the lines of twine glimmer as if the site is one big musical instrument. You step through the taped corridor, careful not to scuff the corners, and crouch beside a trowel someone left sleeping on a sandbag. From here, the place feels intimate. Low lamps, soft murmurs, a kettle making a friendly throat-clearing sound. A bronze mask waits on a padded tray, its exaggerated eyes reflecting you back twice, as if asking whether you're ready to slip into time. Without rushing, you raise the mask just enough to feel its cool weight and let your imagination do the rest, because tonight the rule is simple. You travel by touch and breath, not by airplane. Across the site, a shallow pit records its autobiography in colored layers. Pale loam gives way to darker streaks and a rust-toned band where fire once hurried along the surface, leaving whispers of charcoal. You trace the edges with your gaze, and the pit does that movie thing. Suddenly it's full of people who aren't here, and you catch the rhythm of 1,000 small actions. Baskets lifted, cords tightened, clay molds stacked like playing cards. The everyday chores of an ancient city arrive not with a drum roll but with the hush of repetition, the way you stir oatmeal or unlock your door. Routine is the time machine no one advertises. Somewhere in that routine, a farmer's shovel once rang against the unexpected. That's the mainstream starting point. A man in the 20th century digging a trench near Guanghan, and the soil coughing up a fragment that didn't look like the neighbor's pottery. The oddities multiplied, trickling into local awareness, then into a scientific chorus, and finally, decades later, into full-on astonishment when workers exposed sacrificial pits crowded with artifacts that had decided to go to sleep together. You follow that track like a breadcrumb trail, nodding at the fact that big discoveries often begin with small annoyances. A shovel that sounds wrong, a fragment that refuses to be ordinary. Under your headlamp, a bronze face stirs with light. The features are stylized but confident. Strong-nosed bridge, mouth as calm as a lake at dawn, eyes wide as if the night sky itself has stepped forward to speak. You tilt your own head to match, and the pair of you, breathing modern lungs, holding ancient metal, form a temporary duet. Scholars propose that such masks might have framed performances or rites, their large eyes telegraphing presence to a crowd. You consider another angle from the ordinary world. Sometimes big eyes simply make you pay attention, the way billboards do without words. Historians are still debating whether the protruding eyes point to star paths, political charisma, or some both and cocktail no single label holds. Meanwhile, the site's soundtrack hums along. Water trickles in a rinse basin. A brush whispers across a shard. A distant generator purrs behind a polite sound barrier. You step over a hose and into the lab tent, where trays hold the day's finds like little stages. Gold foil lies there as thin as a sigh, crinkled and luminous. It turns the lamplight into warm honey. A mainstream note slides in. Gilding appears at Sanxingdui in delicate sheets, often overlaying bronze. The quirky twist follows. Some pieces show foil so thin it creases like onion skin. yet it clings decades and centuries beyond any reasonable warranty. Durability without pressure washing, who knew? Closer inspection of a molded fragment reveals the craft puzzle that keeps conferences lively. Bronze in this region often shows the piece mold tradition, clay sections built around a model, then reassembled for casting. Yet oddities appear that hint at flexibility and experimentation. Tool marks flirt with lost wax features. Reconstruction drawings evolve like phone software updates. Pick a side? Not tonight. You stand with the data and let it breathe. Historians are still debating how to categorize hybrid techniques here, and your job is to keep your curiosity on a low simmer. From the lab table you drift toward the river, because every city on the Sichuan plain treats water as both neighbor and corridor. Reed heads shimmer. A frog plops with theatrical timing. No one applauds, but you feel the place respond. The damp holds scent, and the air has that clean after rain feeling even if it hasn't rained. In your pocket sits a folded site map, and when you unfold it, the drawn rectangles transform into districts. Workshops near the water, living quarters nudging the safer ground, and open areas where footpaths braid into shared space. The mainstream point clicks in. Sanxingdui likely functioned as a regional center with specialized production. Its arrangements talk in the quiet language of logistics. Past the reedy margin, you find a makeshift path of planks that keeps boots from surrendering to mud. And it leads back to the square where an enormous bronze fragment rests like a sleeping branch. People call it the sacred tree. Multiple arms sprouting, birds poised, blossoms frozen mid-opening. In imagination you reassemble it to its hypothesized height, and you're not even subtle about leaning closer. While you look, a calm reminder arrives. Heavy ritual insignia doesn't need to be explained with thunder. It can be about seasons, about the arc that carries you from winter patience to summer generosity. Historians are still debating whether this tree stands as a world axis or a ceremonial stage prop for an annual performance with impeccable production values. Imagine lifting the bronze standing figure that once towered higher than an ordinary person, hands raised as if presenting light. You let your arms mimic its posture, and the night obliges by handing you a slow ribbon of wind. The mainstream file folder opens. The figure is often linked to leadership or ritual specialists because of scale, stance, and accessories. Details on the garment and pedestal whisper of rank and coordination. The odd fact wanders in like a bird that knows no fences. Even at that scale, the casting remains elegantly thin in places, like confidence expressed as engineering. Inside a smaller tray, ivory peeks through soft padding. Its presence matters because elephants do not typically saunter through this exact neighborhood. They live far afield, which means trade routes or gift chains must have carried these tusks into the city story. You run a finger's width above the ivory, respectful of its age, and then float toward the broader geography in your mind. Rivers connect to rivers, and the mountains here act less like walls and more like winding halls with many doors. The mainstream takeaway sits comfortably. Sanxingdui touches wider networks. The debate follows on cue. Which links are direct, which are indirect, and how much of what you're seeing is the residue of occasional caravans rather than continuous flow. Elsewhere on the ground, footfalls write temporary calligraphy between grid squares. A kettle chimes to say the water is ready, and you wrap your hands around a cup that tastes faintly mineral. Steam fogs your glasses. You blink and pretend the masks still never do. That phrase, never blink, becomes tonight's friendly dare. You hold steady eye contact with a bronze face and feel your pulse slow to its rhythm. Something about that wide, unwavering gaze urges a hush in your head. The same hush you get at the beginning of a concert when the lights are just right and nobody wants to cough first. Between the hush and the laughter of colleagues nearby, a timeline unfolds. Bronze Age Sichuan builds a vocabulary distinct enough to feel like its own voice and familiar enough to duet with neighbors. Parallels with Shang motifs exist: dragons, humans interacting with heavens, animals that mix the real with the ideal, but the syntax of eyes and noses and scale differs. A mainstream contour appears. There is cultural exchange without simple hierarchy. The debate returns like a seasoned friend. Is Sanxingdui a branching of a shared tree or a parallel grove that learned some of the same songs by listening through the valley? Beneath the protective canopy, you watch a conservator move a brush in patient circles over a patch of compacted soil. A sliver of turquoise enamel glints, and everyone breathes in at the same time because discovery demands synchronized lungs. The quirky note that makes you smile arrives with the toolkit. Someone keeps a lucky bamboo leaf pressed in a notebook to mark where they left off last day. It's not a superstition, just an affectionate habit that helps memory stick. Methods are portable. Affection is what makes them at home. Above the trench, a laser level throws a hair-thin line that looks like a neon horizon. You follow it with your fingertip, letting the light cut the night into measured slices. Measurement may not sound romantic, but it is the love language of fieldwork. Keep the lines true, keep the coordinates honest, and the past will repay you with photographs that still make sense when the tent is folded and the summer is gone. A mainstream note shines through. Context is knowledge. Remove it and objects become orphans that tell only half a story. Later on a stool, you open a field notebook and sketch the mask you met earlier. The eyes dominate your pencil before the nose can catch up, and you realize scale is a message all by itself. Maybe the makers wanted the eyes loud enough to perform under torchlight or sunlight or starlight. Maybe the eyes needed to assert, "This is seeing, not sleeping." Historians are still debating whether the geometry encodes cosmology or just good stagecraft, but in your notebook the lines become a promise to keep paying attention. Tonight the river air thickens with that comfortable citrusy scent that sometimes rides in after heat, and you find yourself thinking about everyday life here. Cooking fires, woven mats, a child learning where not to step, a potter shaking a wrist to loosen clay fatigue. Big bronzes hog headlines, but a city rests on small skills like a table on quiet, sturdy legs. The mainstream point is simple. No grandeur without groceries. The odd fact sneaks in wearing comfortable shoes. The impression of woven textiles sometimes prints itself into clay the way a sweater leaves marks on your cheek after a nap. Archaeology loves these accidental signatures. Before the next lamp is refueled, you decide to wear the mask again, this time more deliberately in your mind. The inside pads touch your cheeks. It smells faintly metallic and clean, like a coin rinsed in rain. For a second, the mask edits the world the way sunglasses do, and your attention narrows to the corridor ahead, straight as a runway. If this were a ritual, the focus would be contagious. If this were performance, the audience would lean in without being asked. The scholarly debate about roles and actors keeps its door open for you. Function might not be a single word. It might be a sentence with more commas than expected. After a sip of tea, stories about the site's later chapters shuffle to the front. Activity seems to shift, maybe toward Jinsha, and you hear the usual suspects get named in speculative whispers. Floods, quakes, channels that migrate the way conversation does when snacks run out. The mainstream posture is careful. Evidence points to environmental change playing a role. Exactly how and how quickly remains under construction. Historians are still debating the proportions in this recipe. How much geology, how much politics of place, how much we simply haven't found yet. Through the tent flap, you catch the museum future already forming. Imagine the mask under soft gallery light, rotating on a quiet mount while visitors hover in socks that squeak on polished floors. A child copies the eyes onto a sticky note and sticks it on a parent's sleeve. Two students argue happily about casting seams. A guard stands with the patience of a tree. Display is a second life for every artifact, and storytelling becomes the bridge. That's what you're building too. A bridge made of careful words and friendly silence. Finally, the night deepens to that particular blue that makes metal look awake. You steady your breath and step along the planks to the farthest grid, where a marker pin winks like a tiny lighthouse. Nothing sensational waits here, just quiet soil and a few stray pebbles. But this is where you realize how many hands collaborate across centuries. Makers who never met the excavators who will never meet future viewers, and you who will sleep later remembering a gaze that never blinks. The mainstream fact sits beside you like a pal. This site reshapes how the Bronze Age in this region is imagined. It expands the map of possibility. The odd fact waves politely one more time. Some masks show traces suggesting they may have been affixed to something softer, maybe wood or fabric. Nothing flashy about that, just the practical wardrobe of performance. The debate keeps its promise to stay open. Interpretation is a conversation that ages gracefully. Gentle wind stirs the torch of your headlamp beam, and shadows ripple across a layout of clay molds copied from a pit long cleared. Each mold is a puzzle piece with a memory for angles. You peer at one and find yourself thinking about the mathematical poetry of casting, how negative spaces anticipate shapes the way a pause can predict punchline. You don't rush the thought. Pauses are currency here. A mainstream point follows with steady feet. High volumes of molds imply specialized workshops that operated like orchestras, division of labor keeping rhythm while melt and pour took solos. The quirky aside raises a hand. Occasional fingerprints press into the clay not as exhibitionism but as inevitability. A craftsman with chalky hands is a walking signature. Granite cool stars gather above the reed tops, and the field's little noises wind down toward yawns and zipper teeth and the soft clacking of tent toggles. A bronze ear ornament gleams on velvet like a coin landed heads up. You hover a centimeter over it without touching, as if lending it warmth by suggestion. Wealth is measurement here, but not only of shine. It's also of patience, of repeated decisions to repair and reuse, of knowledge transmitted the slow way, through wrists and shoulders and lunchtime jokes about who forgot the kettle yesterday again. You smile because the joke is always the same person and the same kettle. Rising from your knees, you pivot toward the perimeter fence where a small monitoring dome reflects the camp in miniature. That round mirror grabs your curiosity. You read the reflection as if it's a miniature diorama in a museum case. This grid a neighborhood, that lamp a festival lantern, the coil of hose a sleepy serpent who promises to behave. In the upside-down image, your own figure shrinks to toy scale, a reminder that scale is storytelling. Make something huge, it becomes an announcement. Make something tiny, it becomes a secret. The masks choose huge for eyes not out of shyness. Next to the equipment cases, foam cutouts cradle bronze fragments with the tenderness of bakery boxes. Labels line up like train cars, numbers, proveniences, brief notes that mean everything to the team and nothing to a stranger. You find it comforting, that paradox. The mainstream fact hums beneath the labels. Provenience is as precious as object. It's the GPS of meaning. The odd fact stretches its legs. A few boxes carry custom corner dampers that look like little marshmallows. Nothing sacred there, just clever physics wearing an adorable hat. Toward the river again, a path of woven reed mats crosses a stubborn patch of mud. Boot prints line up like musical notes, a duet of coming and going. You place your feet where earlier feet succeeded, and the path rewards you with traction. In the distance, a low hill holds onto its silhouette. A heron breaks its own stillness with two clean wing beats. You don't make a metaphor of it. You let it be exactly what it is, which is a heron deciding the view is better 10 meters left. Near the cooking corner, a kettle finally reaches its goal and whistles in triumph. Someone laughs softly and flips the switch off before the sound gets ideas about leadership. You pour another cup and discover it tastes faintly different now, the way tea becomes a new beverage when you drink it outdoors. The mainstream thought lands gracefully. Context changes experience. Same object, different frame, new result. A tiny peripheral fact tags along. The spoon shows a shallow dent in its handle from a long life of being pressed by a thumb in the same spot. Hands write essays without ink. Around the largest tent, a red string flag bows and rises in the breeze like a polite hello. You raise a hand back because friendliness is free, and the flag deserves it. A bronze mask inside the tent waits under a fiber optic lamp that keeps heat away. The beam behaves like a clean ribbon, wrapping the surface without smothering it. Historians are still debating whether some masks were mounted on poles, walls, or textiles. Meanwhile, the present mounts them on knowledge and caution, which is the modern version of respect. Across your shoulder, a measuring rod stands straight, a quiet spine for the sight. Numbers climb in clean increments, as reassuring as the click of a seatbelt. The ground beside it glitters with microscopic quartz that mimic stars if you squint. You squint. This is the game tonight. Scale keeps flipping. Stars shrink to grains on mud. Bronze eyes grow to moons. Your own eyes do the heavy lifting without complaint. Beyond the immediate glow, the plain stretches calm and generous, and you remember that this place is surrounded by mountains shaped like long thoughts. Geography makes personality, and this basin's personality is hospitable and stubborn at the same time. Like a friend who insists you stay for another bowl of noodles and also insists you walk carefully through her garden. The mainstream note dips in. Basins concentrate, rivers negotiate, and people become experts at both. The debate refuses to take the night off. When we map interactions with neighbors far and near, which paths mattered most? Some models draw arrows like highways. Others sketch constellations of seasonal visits. A short way off, a plank floor gives underfoot with a soft complaint. You rediscover that night amplifies small noises and shrinks big ones into plush silhouettes. The bronze faces don't need voices. They speak in geometries. Big eyes, assertive nose, composed mouth. Your face answers with a grin you feel rather than display. In this exchange, nobody wins because nobody competes. The point is the quiet handshake that time offers if you keep your palms open. Next comes the practical magic of documentation. The camera on a tripod clicks, the shutter barely louder than your breath. A scale cube sits beside a sherd like a small, earnest chess piece, trying its best to look authoritative. You appreciate its courage. The mainstream lesson waves from the photo. Standardized references make tomorrow's comparisons less confusing for future you. The odd detail hops in. The cube's corners carry smudges from long service, and those smudges are a gentle biography of hundreds of days of again. Nearby, a sheet of clear acetate rests over a sketch, mapping lines from artifact to context with the neatness of a metro diagram. You anchor the corners with your fingertips and feel the plastic warm almost instantly. Paper and plastic, humble co-stars of discovery. No spotlight required. The debate slides up politely. How much of what we understand is the object itself, and how much is the clarity of the map we make around it? Scholars answer with essays. Tonight you answer with steady hands. At the edge of the worklight's halo, a dragonfly holds position on a taut guide string like a tiny helicopter with ambitions. Wings vibrate faster than the eye counts. A small shadow of the insect lands on the mask's cheek, giving the bronze an improvised companion. The insect soon decides to inspect a different corner, and the mask returns to stillness. That's all right. Tonight prefers stillness. Back in the supply hut, cases sit in disciplined rows, foam lining cut to the personality of each object. A faint smell of cardboard merges with clean cloth and rubber. You could almost bottle it as archive, though the marketing department would want a different name. You open a lid, peek, nod, and close it again because restraint is part of the ritual. The mainstream note says, "Care is cumulative. Small decisions keep material safe for futures we won't meet." The quirky one whispers. Someone labeled a handle squeaky with an arrow, and the arrow has its own arrow now because the first arrow faded. This is how humor shows up at work. Beyond the hut, you find a low bench where the river's hush is just loud enough to count as music. A notebook page waits for a final line. You write this in your head. The masks never blink so that you can. Then you actually blink, and the sentence feels true in your throat. Historians are still debating nearly everything that makes this place intriguing. How ritual performed, who led, which myths threaded symbol to symbol, but they all agree on wonder, and so do you. Near closing, a monitor beeps a polite reminder that overnight protocols want attention. Lamps dim, sockets are checked, covers go on. A mask receives a breathable shroud and somehow looks even more dignified wearing it, like a guest turning in early at a gracious house. You thank the object, silently because you're not trying to startle anyone, and the thank you bounces nowhere and everywhere at once. Past the last plank, the earth returns to unlit. Stars do the work humans always wish they could assign to interns. Standing guard with glamour. You pick your path back by habit rather than vision, counting the steps. In a few hours, the plane will brighten along one horizon, and you'll be awake to see how the sight transforms under day. But the truth is that night pulls the most weight in the imagination department. Night is when the masks talk without words and tell you that certainty is nice but not a prerequisite for meaning. Last look goes to the bronze eyes that caught you at the beginning. The term never blink makes a promise and an invitation. The promise is that these faces will still be watching when you return tomorrow. The invitation is that you can close your own eyes and let the mind do its favorite job, building bridges from fragment to feeling, from craft to community, from mystery to the good kind of quiet. You take that invitation, pocket it, and step off the path into whatever sleep has arranged. Morning leans over the river like a friendly neighbor, and the light makes the site map glow the color of steamed rice paper. The grid seems to float above reeds and low mist as you trace a finger from the current camp to a dot that represents a field long ago. That is where the story likes to begin. A mundane day, a patch of soil, and a person with practical intentions. With boots on damp ground, you step into that memory as if the earth kept a spare key under a stone, and the lock still turns smoothly after all these years. Shovel blade meets resistance with a note that isn't soil, and the vibration runs up the handle into impatient hands. Somewhere near Guanghan, a worker expects roots or a rock and discovers instead a shape that insists on care. The sound is not loud. It's precise, which is worse for pretending it didn't happen. Dirt parts like a curtain, and pale edges appear, cooler than clay, smoother than what most afternoons offer. Curiosity is the first footprint here. It lands lightly, then refuses to leave. Across the furrows, a breeze nudges stalks into quiet applause as a fragment comes free wrapped in dust. A household day turns experimental. Muddy cloth becomes a pouch, the pouch becomes a mystery box, and the walk back gains that secret agent rhythm you recognize from every time you've ever carried something important in pockets that don't quite deserve it. Later, on a table that usually handles grain, the fragment earns the good corner and a gentle rinse. No spotlight, no speech, just everyday hands giving the future a handshake. Legend grows quickly in villages if the object looks different enough, and by supper time a list of suggestions runs parallel with the rice. Maybe it's a tool, maybe it's decoration, maybe it belongs to the neighbor who's excellent at misplacing things. Either way, more fragments follow because fields reward attention, and attention multiplies. When something with polish and confident edges shows up in a place that usually gives you roots, the day doesn't argue. It just adjusts. That adjustment is how discovery starts behaving like routine. Records, when they finally arrive, write in the voice of people who understand that dots on maps can be louder than trumpets. Early notes describe jade pieces and stone tools surfacing in the area, enough to move the story from rumor to ledger. The paperwork isn't glamorous. It never is. But entries in a local report or museum letter are the scaffolding that keeps memory from behaving like fog. You read those lines much later and feel the first footprint deepen into a path. Farmers continue working because land schedules take orders from seasons, not from excitement. Some finds are tucked in drawers. A few are traded to neighbors who like shiny stories. A handful reach curious teachers who know someone who knows someone. None of this is unusual. It's the choreography of how knowledge tiptoes into town before the bus with the specialists pulls up. On a different day, someone might have used a smooth shard as a paperweight. You smile at the thought because practical solutions often moonlight as museum candidates. In the palm of your glove, a trowel sits like a sentence you plan to finish properly, and your mind reconstructs the early trenches. Modest, cautious, and ambitious in the quiet way that doesn't advertise itself. Grids get staked, levels checked, notebooks opened with the same respect you'd give a door that might lead to a balcony or a broom closet. The point is to ask politely and listen carefully. Soil answers when it's sure you're paying attention, and back then, attention was finding its footing one square at a time. Eventually the trickle becomes a river. Little reports joining bigger reports, artifacts clustering into patterns that suggest settlement rather than accident. The ground begins to tell a sturdier story. Not just something odd here, but someone organized life here. You watch that shift happen in your head like an old film. Frames stuttering, then smoothing out, until the present-day camp feels like a late chapter in a book that never needed a cliffhanger to keep you turning pages. Under a vinyl awning, a laminated map shows how the first find spot sits in relationship to places that will, much later, stun the world. A thin line marks a footpath that turns into a road. A dotted rectangle marks an area that will become so familiar it earns a nickname, then a capital letter, then a joke that only team members understand. Between dots and rectangles, your eyes take the commute from casual discovery to planned excavation and find it shorter than rumor promised. A row of reed mats becomes a timeline in your imagination, and along that path a handful of red pins marks the moment the story breaks wide open decades later, when pits, carefully filled centuries earlier, announce themselves to modern trowels. In those layers, bronzes wait in attitudes of pause. Jades rest the way careful people fold good fabric. Ivory sleeps heavier than it looks. The leap from chance finds to ceremonial deposits is not a jump. It's a ramp, and you walk it at a conversational pace. By the time those discoveries step onto the world stage, the story has gathered momentum like a downhill bicycle, controlled, exhilarating, and demanding responsible steering. News spreads, exhibitions form, and the faces with unwavering eyes look back at audiences who are used to blinking. You stand in the present's soft evening and watch that earlier shovel bite into clay, as if the two moments occupy the same square of air. They do, in a way. Curiosity threads them together. Another angle you consider as the kettle fusses on the burner is how often clean breakthroughs rely on messy middles. Objects pass from hand to hand, and each pair of hands brings its own carefulness or carelessness. Some write labels, some tell stories, some forget both. That average comes out to the future we get. Respecting the chain is part of the work now, and it makes the word provenance feel less like a password and more like a promise. Meanwhile, the calibration team in your memory consults the quiet arithmetic of charcoal and bone. Numbers come back with date ranges that settle the city in time. Broadly speaking, we're looking at the late 2nd millennium BCE, the same period when other centers to the northeast compose their own monuments and messages. The mainstream point is simple. These are contemporaries, not footnotes. Historians are still debating the exact degree of synchrony and influence because crafts and ideas travel in irregular rhythms, like currents beneath a calm river. Between that first spade mark and the modern lab, an entire methodology flowers. Stratigraphy more precise, documentation more nimble, conservation kinder to surfaces that have already lived several lives. You feel almost proud of strangers you'll never meet, the way you admire a well-restored bridge you simply drive across. The bridge is not the journey. It's what makes the journey reassuring at 2 a.m. when fog thinks about moving in. After a while, the farmer's day returns to your screen like a favorite scene worth replaying. Picture a midday pause, shade claimed, the fragment in hand heavier than it should be for its size. Imagine testing its edge with a thumbnail, surprised by how a finger glides over ridges that aren't random. You lend the moment a breath and realize that many chapters start this way. Not with a drum, but with a quiet, ha! Past the present camp's perimeter. A low ridge serves as a natural balcony where you watch the plain lay itself out like a thoughtful map. It helps to think about how local networks would have behaved. Footpaths to neighbors, water routes folding downstream into bigger routes. No grand caravans are required to explain everything. Yet the presence of ivory whispers that long corridors of exchange were open often enough for objects and ideas to travel without drama. The debate stays healthy. Direct trade, indirect relay, ritual gifting, historians keep their pencils sharpened for that conversation. Tonight, the teaching voice in your head opens a little field classroom, and the first lesson is about the underappreciated hero of discovery: persistence. The shovel happens to be there on the right day, but the follow-up days matter more. Someone returns with better tools. Someone asks better questions. Someone writes a better note. Accidents don't deliver understanding on a silver tray. They whisper the address of a door that will open if you keep knocking politely. Overhead, a pair of swallows draws lines in the sky as if sketching the routes that messages took in the early decades of this story. Teacher to administrator, local to provincial, office to museum, person to person. Communication looks slow from today's vantage point, but slowness gives depth. It forces patience, and patience builds foundations that don't wobble at the first rumor of something shinier. That kind of steadiness is why the first footprint still shows, even though wind and weather have tried to soften it. Back at a folding table, a tray of early-style jades spreads like a calm constellation. Rings with neat edges, blades whose profiles curve like quiet smiles, pieces with holes drilled so cleanly they make you exhale. Your fingertips hover because rules, but your mind handles each one gently, asking where it came from, which wrists wore it, what benches heard it being shaped. Mainstream knowledge says these forms align with broader regional vocabularies of adornment and status during the period. The fun, niche observation is how often the drill marks align so perfectly that even a modern magnifier grins in approval. Later, the conversation in your head turns toward object biographies, the way a thing built for one purpose earns additional lives. A mask might hang in a hall for a season, ride a pole in a procession, rest in storage with its siblings, then take part in a major deposit that closes a chapter gracefully. The chain is neither linear nor random. It's the kind of tidy story that real life tells when it's feeling generous. Historians are still debating how many steps belong in that chain for certain categories of objects, but the outline keeps getting clearer. Slowly, the full weight of first footprint expands beyond the literal print. It becomes a way of thinking about beginnings. The first careful line on an excavation square, the first meter of notes that stay legible after rain, the first time a volunteer stops calling every shard pottery and starts calling some of them diagnostic. These are small, patient victories that add up to a site that can speak across centuries without shouting. You catch yourself approving like a coach at a quiet practice. Instead of treating the discoverer as a lone hero walking across a field with music swelling, you make space for everyone whose good habits turned fragments into findings. There are the early collectors who didn't scrub surfaces shiny, the drivers who didn't jostle boxes despite bumpy roads, the registrars who wrote numbers that still read as numbers after a shelf change and a decade. It's a village of attention, and every member deserves a cameo. Perhaps the oddest twist in this chapter is how common objects become rare just by surviving. A sliver of bone awl, a bead drilled from a shell. These are not the headline pieces, yet they carry touches of people cooking, sewing, mending. You imagine a hand choosing a smooth river pebble because it fits the palm, and you promise that pebble a few sentences even if no museum tag will ever give it a glass case. The intimate ordinary is the hardest material to keep and the sweetest to recover. Either direction you look, backward into the farmer's afternoon or forward into the lab, footprints multiply into a map of a city's habits. Living quarters lean against workshops in plausible arrangements. Storage areas pretend they were always this tidy. Open spaces carry the ghost of repeated crossings. You follow those crossings and find yourself at thresholds where social exchange probably unfolded with as much eye contact as any meeting today, just with better hats. Numbers sneak into the story wearing lab coats. Radiocarbon ranges, alloy percentages, counts of items recovered from each feature. They don't replace the thrill of the first find. They protect it. The mainstream truth is that those numbers anchor the site in the broader chronology of the region, letting comparisons with contemporaries grow from gossip into conversation. A tiny, pleasing oddity peeks out from a spreadsheet. One pit's contents include shards that show microscopic polishing where nothing needed polishing, suggesting a habit of finishing even the parts no one would see. Maps, too, refine the first footprint into a footprint trail. Distributions tell you where certain object types favor certain corners, where debris from casting concentrates near what would have been loud, hot rooms, and where emptier areas imply paths and pauses. The present-day fence lines and taped corridors echo that logic without trying. You walk along them and feel like a respectful guest following house rules that haven't changed in principle, just in materials. Contrast strengthens the lesson. The first footprint depends on the last footstep. Present teams pack away lamps, seal crates, and double-check logs so the next day begins fresh instead of frazzled. That same pattern stretched across decades is what turned a rumor into a site into a study, and a study into a story that feels sturdy enough for a bedtime hour. Your part in that story is small and gladly so. Witness, student, teller. Finally, the farmer's field deserves a proper thank you in your mind. Not just because it held precious objects, but because it offered a stage where attention could practice becoming care. You imagine standing there at the end of that day, the sky a less dramatic version of sunset, the air tasting faintly of silt and ash, and realizing that work and wonder can share a table without getting in each other's way. That realization is the gear that keeps the rest moving. Before the night grows too comfortable, a gentle foreshadowing taps your shoulder. Those ceremonial pits that later astonished the world are not a separate story but a continuation of the first one. Care turning into decision, decision turning into choreography, choreography turning into a deposit that reads like a paragraph with a deliberate period. Scholars are still debating the motive force for such large-scale deposits. End of a cycle, reorganization, responses to environmental nudges, but the debate only makes the path richer. Close to the waterline, reeds shuffle and trade secrets with the breeze as if the plane itself wants to practice storytelling. A single beetle navigates a plank, carrying its glossy armor like a tiny parade float. You give it a safe pass and a quiet salute. In this gentleness, the first footprint fades into the extended pattern of compressed steps that carry you from field to tent to trade a map. The path is clear enough now that even closed eyes could follow it. Smoke is the first thing the imagination notices even when the air is perfectly clear, the kind that seems to rise from memory rather than fire, curling from the dark mouths of the pits as if the ground prefers to exhale history at its own pace. Lamps paint a low amber ring around the edges, and the soil shows its palette. Charcoal freckles, rust-red patches where heat once lingered, pale pockets where ash settled like sifted flour. A step closer and the scene steadies into work rather than spectacle. Careful profiles, labeled contexts, and your breath kept slow so the dust doesn't argue back. Beneath the topmost layer, the deposits read like sentences that took years to compose. Ash lenses alternate with compact fill. Here a cluster of bronze fragments nestles beside jade pieces. There a humble handful of pebbles marks a neat division as if someone once used stones like punctuation. The mainstream picture is steady enough for bedtime. These are structured, intentional deposits from a Bronze Age center, not random trash pits. Historians are still debating the exact script. Ceremony of closure, curated storage that knew it would never be reopened, or a grand final chapter written with extraordinary restraint. Torchlight in your mind schemes across a bronze face with eyes built like lighthouses. Only now the cheeks were the faint blush of heat alteration. Rims have softened, gilded foil peels like autumn leaves, and some parts bend just enough to suggest that fire and force work together, but gently, like editors trimming a paragraph rather than censors tearing pages. On certain surfaces, tiny ripples show where metal cooled unevenly. On others, soot clings in stubborn fingerprints. The odd fact that delights lab people shows up under magnification. Ash particles sometimes fuse into glossy microbeads, the geological equivalent of candy sprinkles that nobody plans but everyone notices. Closer to the pit wall, ivory lies in familiar arcs, its cross-sections resembling quiet moons pressed into earth. The presence of tusks in this river plain whispers about networks that carry heavy gifts across distance. It suggests caravans or relays or slow exchanges that treat rivers like sentences that never end. Mainstream consensus is careful here. The ivory signals broad connections rather than a daily parade. A gentle, almost domestic detail adds texture. Stacking patterns repeat, as though the people arranging these deposits preferred tidy curves and parallel spacing. A choreography of order that survives even when surfaces flake. Elsewhere in the fill, jade pieces appear with fractures so clean they look designed. Edges don't scream. They announce, like a page turned at the right moment. Through your gloved hands, the idea arrives that objects might have been retired or deactivated. Not smashed in anger but ushered from one role to another with heat, breakage, and placement. Historians are still debating the vocabulary. Some favor sacrificial, others structured deposition, still others ritualized discard. Because words can push interpretation toward drama or toward choreography, and the past rarely signs off on our captions. Between artifact clusters, Earth itself plays translator. Burned zones redden. Unburned zones cool to gray. Charcoal gathers in soft drifts that the trowel respects like fragile snow. You trace a line across a profile and see the rhythm. Burn, place, cover. Burn, place, cover. The repetition doesn't feel panicked. It feels practiced, like a recipe perfected over seasons. That mood matters because mainstream archaeology reads intention not only in what is present but in how calmly it repeats. Sometimes the smallest hints carry the most conversation. Residue tests on certain surfaces suggest plant oils or resins once touched the metal, perhaps as adhesives for attachments or as part of a pre-burial treatment that made objects gleam before they took their final bow. Nothing theatrical needs to be inferred. A practical wipe with a rich substance could be as far as the story goes. Historians are still debating how to read chemical traces that age like introverts, quietly with the occasional surprise when they feel comfortable enough to talk. Underfoot, the profile board lists sample numbers: charcoal to date, sediment to sift, bone to examine for species, artifact clusters mapped with the patience of a cartographer. If you skim the notes a generation of research has stacked, a broad pattern emerges that will not keep you up at night. These pits were curated spaces where valuable objects, bronzes, jades, ivories, gold, were heated, placed, and sealed, likely within a single, carefully staged sequence for each feature. The debate breathes on schedule. Was each pit a one-time event or a set constructed over intervals with rehearsed returns? Beyond the immediate glitter, some fragments refuse to behave like fragments. They hold gestures of the whole. A branch from the famous bronze tree lies with tendrils and leaves that still suggest upness, as if growth itself were a shape metal could memorize. Bird forms cling to perches that, even in pieces, perch. Masks remain masks with only a glance. The lesson is gentle. Even broken, design speaks clearly enough for the imagination to perform reassembly without getting sweaty. Inside a tray near the edge, clay molds and their bits of negative space lie like sleeping blueprints. Piece mold technology makes itself known in the seams, the alignment keys, the logic of reassembly. Then a curve shows up that looks almost lost wax in its audacity. Mainstream descriptions keep both options on the table, acknowledging that craftsmen could mix techniques the way cooks mix spices. The oddest, sweetest detail is the occasional fingerprint impressed in a mold face. No signature, no flourish, just the unplanned touch of a hand in conversation with clay. Along your imagined timeline, a quiet reconstruction unfolds. First, workshops craft and polish. Next, selected objects receive controlled heat, enough to alter, not enough to ruin. Then, as if following stage directions, groups are placed with care. Bronzes nested, jades flanking, ivory arced, gold glowing where the light would have loved it if anyone had been allowed to light a lamp down there. Covering follows, layers returning the ground to its former calm. Nothing here shouts. Everything here nods. Meanwhile, numbers work backstage. Radiocarbon brackets from charcoal settle these events in the late 2nd millennium BCE. Alloy analyses note generous tin proportions with occasional lead that reads like a technical accent rather than a main melody. Strontium and oxygen charts from ivory wander across maps like slow comets. Mainstream narratives accept these data as anchors, not conclusions. Historians are still debating how closely rhythms here match those in the more northeasterly centers, because contemporaneity never guarantees identical calendars of meaning. Overhead, if you let the mind choose its ceiling, the eye motif returns like a soft drumbeat. Protruding gaze, eyelids like stylized waves, pupils proportioned for a crowd. Stand in the pit and then stand at a theater stage and the echo is hard to ignore. Performance and placement share a grammar. Some scholars lean toward cosmic interpretation, eyes that meet sun and stars, while others prefer social readings, eyes that meet an audience so nobody in the back row misses the point. You keep both in your pockets because either way the message arrives. Attention is power, and the masks command it without raising their voices. Nearby, conservation practice steps in to remind the present that time can be a good partner if offered tea and patience. Ivory gets gentle humidification and stage drying so it doesn't peel into sorrow. Bronzes receive microbrushes, not dramatic baths. Gold foil accepts support rather than flexing. Everything wears a thin coat of silence where previous handling grew too chatty. Mainstream conservation feels like kindness with a checklist. The quirky bit is the custom foam cradles shaped like clouds that know exactly which contour to hug. Afterward, the mind previews a museum room where the pits are retold as an arc instead of a hole. Low lighting, quiet captions, a reconstruction drawing that prefers suggestion to certainty. A bronze branch stands nearby wearing light like a shawl. Visitors slow because slowness is contagious in good rooms. They tilt their heads. They try on the eye gaze without knowing they're doing it. You smile because this is also a ceremony, one of modern daylight and clean floors. Finally, the core question smiles back without offering an autograph. Why burn and bury your best work? A reasonable guess is that these deposits close a cycle, retiring powerfully charged objects when their moment ends. Another is that they mark a reorganization that treated the city's symbolic toolkit with respect, moving meaning from circulation into rest. A third reframes the issue. Perhaps the best is our category, not theirs, and these were precisely the kinds of items one would always expect to steward into the earth with care. Historians are still debating. Contentment arrives from accepting a range of good faith readings. Across the profile from your current square, a thin, reddened band cuts the sediment like a page marker. Heated soil does that. Iron minerals wake up, clay blushes, and, in a lab later, magnetic properties change just enough for instruments to nod. Archaeomagnetic possibilities flirt at the margin of the story, not loud enough to join the main chorus, but strong enough to stretch a hand from physics to fieldwork. The odd fact for tonight is small and pleasing. Burned earth can keep a tiny memory of direction, like a compass whisper frozen in clay. Quietly, the logistics of the ancient event gather on an invisible checklist. Someone selected the pieces. Someone organized the sequence. Someone minded the fire. Someone judged enough when heat had done its work. Someone arranged stacks as if staging a still life where every angle resolves. It reads like stage management for a performance that asked no audience to applaud and expected no encore, only continuation, this time underground. Mainstream thinking sees governance in that calm. The debate trims or expands the number of hands depending on how centralized you prefer your ancient spreadsheets to be. Gently, fragment becomes thought experiment. You pick up a curved strip and let it sit in the mind's palm, then offer it to its neighbors until a click happens. Not sound, but certainty. Reassembly in labs tells these stories daily. And, more deliciously, reassembly keeps happening across seasons when a piece from a tray 2 rooms away suddenly introduces itself to a long, lonely edge. The satisfaction is not fireworks. It is warm bread broken with friends. Simple, sufficient, secretly profound. Slowly, a picture of labor emerges that does not need hardship to be impressive. Water carriers keep basins friendly. Brush hands keep surfaces honest. Recorders keep pencils from wandering off. A supervisor models the art of doing nothing except noticing when the rhythm falters. The ancient team probably had similar roles in their own way: fireminders, placer choosers, coverers, quiet checkers who verify that each stage is complete before the next begins. The kinship across time is not mystical. It is practical. Perhaps the single most helpful shift in modern language is trading sacrifice for structured deposition when precision matters. The older term can carry meanings that slide toward drama, while the newer phrase highlights choreography and choice without assuming we understand motive. You don't need to ban the old word. You tuck it behind a gentle reminder that labels shape expectations. Historians are still debating which label serves this site best, and the argument, when undertaken kindly, helps everybody read more carefully. Still, the ground insists on its own pace. A clod breaks with a sigh. A charcoal fleck glitters. A minute shells out like an hour because attention stretches it that way. Nothing demands heroics, only steadiness, a good metaphor for most of what matters. In that steadiness, the pits breathe their light smoke again, and the night air around your wrist feels cooler, as if the earth has stepped closer to share something it knows you will keep. Over time, the color story becomes second nature. Rubified soil for heat, gray ash for cooling, black charcoal for intimate fires, pale buff for returning calm. You read these shades the way bakers' red crust or sailors' red clouds, and the reading gives you a tidy joy that doesn't need announcement. Mainstream archaeology teaches this palette to students early. The niche pleasure is realizing the palette eventually teaches itself to you, and then every dirt path becomes a faint archive. Meanwhile, discussions about why certain categories cluster together keep a polite table open. Masks near tree branches, jades in rings and blades, ivory in arcs that look like smiles, gold where it catches light even if nobody planned to look. You let your mind consider symmetry as a value on its own, not a mystical alignment but a human pleasure in arrangement. Historians are still debating whether patterns here encode narratives or simply the sensible ergonomics of packing precious things without bruising them. Beyond the pits, the living city once must have adjusted its rhythms to accommodate these events. Quiet streets, scheduled fires, water fetched with foresight, tools laid out and checked. You've seen that mood before in your own world. Festivals that ask neighborhoods to pivot, renovations that ask patience from tenants, rehearsals that ask extra room from a hallway. The difference is only material. The emotion feels familiar, which is a comforting bridge to walk across when the past looks decorated differently. Across the mental worksite, another mainstream observation lines up with calm. Burning does not mean destruction here. It means transition, a technical step for an emotional purpose we can feel without naming. Metals respond, surfaces change, edges soften into the equivalent of indoor voices. The result is not rubble but arrangement, an invitation for the ground to become a keeper rather than a consumer. That word, keeper, sits well with the night. Inside your head, a gentle demonstration takes place. If the mask's eyes are the master symbol above ground, the pits are the master sentence underground. Eyes call for attention. Pits call for completion. Both expect care. Both reward slowness. Both will wait for you when you wander off to sip something warm and return with your focus sharpened by steam. Meanwhile, the spectrum of scholarly positions keeps its friendly intervals. One group leans toward environmental timing, events triggered after watercourses changed or fields asked for different strategies. Another sees social reorganization, a graceful exit for older forms of authority. A third points to internal calendars, long cycles finishing the way long songs end, with a coda that ties threads into quiet knots. Historians are still debating, and you find it soothing that a site can support multiple truths waiting for better phrasing. Overhead, a soft wind riffles the tarp edge and tucks loose hair behind an ear that isn't there. That's how present you are in the scene. The angle of lamplight shifts. A bronze curve glows. An ivory arc seems to listen. This is not enchantment. It's attention aligning with arrangement. It's what happens when the mind agrees to stand still long enough for objects to introduce themselves without making small talk. Nearby, a stack of bagged samples waits for tomorrow's sieve. You picture the mesh catching seeds and bones tiny as thoughts, revealing the meal history of a day, or a season, or a celebration that never asked to be called a celebration. The mainstream promise of flotation and sorting is simple. Meals leave memories in sizes almost too small to believe. The quirky bonus arrives when a single charred kernel holds a scorch pattern that looks like a galaxy. Nobody writes a paper about it, but everyone who sees it smiles. Afterward, as tents yawn and lamps blink toward their bedtime, the pits return to their native mood, contained, complete, unhurried. Cover cloths settle. Tools find their chosen slots. A notebook receives a last, neat line before its elastic loops home. You take one more slow lap around the lip of the nearest feature as if walking a garden before turning in, and the ground answers with a version of quiet that you learn not to interrupt. Finally, a bronze mask, safely stored now, shares its last thought for the night by refusing to share any at all. That's the charm of a face that never blinks. The conversation only moves when you do. You let the truth of the pits fold into that gaze. Heat, order, placement, rest, and decide that the best lullabies are the ones that explain nothing and make sense anyway. The city beneath your boots practiced that art a long time ago. You are only borrowing its tempo for a few minutes before sleep. Tomorrow is an idea rather than a plan, a promise to keep listening and to keep the words soft. When morning comes, the profile boards will shine, the sample numbers will march forward, and your curiosity will stretch like a cat and ask for breakfast. For now, the pits breathe their smoke the way a lake breathes its mist, without trying, without audience, with full confidence that whoever wanders close will feel the lesson with their whole attention. Midnight leans softly over the site and the bronze faces respond like quiet constellations, catching low light and sending it back in cool glints. Without speaking, they ask for attention, and you oblige by slowing your breath until the camp sounds fall into a background rhythm that feels almost like a metronome for looking. Bronze carries its own weather, a chill that holds even under lamps, and when your fingertips hover a safe distance from a mask's edge, a small current of air seems to skim along the metal as if the surface is still exhaling from some ancient performance. That imagination is allowed here, provided you keep the facts steady beneath it. Eyes dominate the composition, not as decoration but as architecture. Sockets set wide, lids modeled like layered waves, pupils rendered with the blunt honesty of circles and ridges, all arranged so that from 10 paces away the face still reads, which is the point when a crowd gathers and the scene needs to work for the back row as well as the front. Lamps bring warm color to gold foil and leave cooler tones on naked bronze. So every step around a mask becomes a small sunrise and sunset. That rolling change lets you test how the profile holds under shifting light, and it holds beautifully, a sign that whoever shaped these features understood evening just as well as noon. Within the quiet, a mainstream understanding keeps its feet on the ground. Many masks come from curated deposits at Sanxingdui dating to the late 2nd millennium BCE, and they appear in multiple sizes and finished treatments, some bearing thin layers of gold foil, others left in dignified bronze, many with attachments or holes that invite ideas about mounts and textiles. Gilding shows up like a secret the metal happily keeps. Foil laid thin as breath, sometimes creased where contours turn tight, often adhering with an organic binder that was likely lacquer or a related resin, which is a practical trick rather than a magical one. The shine is not just pretty, it's a signal that the face mattered at a distance. Studies of alloy composition hum in the background of your thoughts. Tin in generous ratios, occasional lead smoothing the pore and deepening the casting voice, seams and cores that reveal the logic of piecemeal technology while leaving room for local improvisations that make specialists grin. Historians are still debating the degree to which hybrid methods join the toolkit here. Imagine the mask not as a detached museum piece but as a working element in a scene. Perhaps hung on a backdrop, perhaps held aloft on a pole, perhaps fixed onto a larger head with carved features, perhaps paired with a costume whose shoulders bore bright plates that moved like syllables when a performer walked. The options multiply, and you test each with the rule of plausibility. Performance doesn't demand fireworks to be powerful. A steady gaze amplified by metal can arrest attention the way a conductor's lift of the hand silences a hall, and in that controlled quiet you picture a sequence. Steps patterned on packed earth, a slow turn of the head, a pause that lets the eyes do the work of 10 speeches without a single word spoken. Stagecraft explains details that puzzle when the mask sits alone on a table. Those holes along the rim begin to read like tie points for cords or fabric, those flattened sections like seating for a wooden support, those inner pads like pressure distribution zones to keep weight friendly. Once you let function in, design becomes even more elegant. Craftsmen in your mind's workshop negotiate with the material like good collaborators, building clay sections, incising keys for alignment, smoothing surfaces that will later carry foil or paint, and leaving the occasional tool mark that lives on as a signature nobody intended. The intimacy of that trace is a small, benign thrill every time you notice one. Surfaces record history long after the original voices fade. Patina blooms in greens and browns and, in places, the velvety black of mineral-rich deposits, while patches of sheen mark where foil once hugged the form before time tapped it loose. Conservation people rightly teach you to read these maps like weather, warning, comfort, and forecast in one. Straps and ties become the practical poetry that connects object to body or frame, and you can feel the tug of weight on a shoulder or forearm when your imagination rehearses lifting. The balance matters, the angle matters, and suddenly the face that looked so calm reveals it required choreography from the person who partnered with it. Inside a storage tray, a smaller mask waits with proportions that skew playful, wider mouth, cheeks with a suggestion of volume, and eyes that still command the room despite the compact scale. That variety keeps the category from hardening into a single template and reminds you that an aesthetic can be consistent without being repetitive. Proportions tell quiet jokes if you listen. A nose that projects more than your memory expected becomes a way of casting shadow theatrically. The mouth that stays level under any light feels like a promise to remain composed. The cheek plane that slides from convex to flat to convex again gives the eye a track to follow so it never gets bored. Distance is the secret collaborator of design, and when you step back 2, 3, 5 paces, a readable silhouette emerges that treats shadow edges as important lines. This is billboard thinking long before billboards, and it works because your brain is trained to pull faces out of low information when the shapes cooperate. Curators in the present set masks on mounts that keep a respectful posture. Slight forward lean, controlled height, and illumination that schemes rather than interrogates. In the long day of a gallery, that choice lets visitors find the gaze without squinting, and it removes any hint of glare that would sabotage the soft authority of the eyes. Light makes the final argument for these faces. Even a narrow beam finds planes that welcome it, and the reflections behave like composed notes rather than noisy chatter. Staying put where a designer wants attention and refusing to shout where quiet carries more meaning. A good mask is a light's favorite dance partner. Comparison with contemporaries to the Northeast reminds you that bronze can sing different tunes in different cities. Where one tradition leans toward vessels with inscriptions and ritual choreography learned by reading, this one leans toward sculptural faces and figures that read easily in open space. The mainstream takeaway holds steady, parallel developments, shared technologies, distinct vocabularies. Materials add their own footnotes. Traces of pigment remain on some surfaces, small islands of color that turn your mental grayscale into a fuller palette. Those fragments don't license a carnival of reconstruction, but they allow you to imagine warmth on lids or lips that further clarified expression for audiences standing 10 heartbeats away. Texture quietly supports narrative. Hammered foil wrinkles where cheeks curve inward and smooths where the brow wants dignity, while the bronze underneath shows casting skin so fine it looks polished at birth. At close range, these textures become a map for fingers you never put down, a tactile promise you keep with eyes instead. Conservation techniques set the table for the future without pretending to erase time. Stable corrosion remains, active corrosion gets coaxed into calm, adhesives are chosen for reversibility, mounts for gentle contact, light levels for long-term comfort. No heroics, just a culture of care that understands endurance as a marathon without finish lines. Display has learned to let silence do some teaching. A mask given a bit of breathing room changes tempo in a gallery, turning visitors into slow walkers and slow lookers, the best kind for objects that earn their place by holding attention without a sound. You join that slow walking with relief as if your own day found its balance again. Memory sneaks in through the corner of your eye when two masks face each other across a room and your mind stages a conversation. It's not anthropomorphism so much as recognition that design meant to project presence still projects presence even when the original context sits far away on a time map. Debates remain friendly in your head because each side brings evidence like neighbors bringing snacks. One school leans toward public performance roles, reading scale and readability as proof. Another points to placements and attachments that make wall mounting sensible. A third suggests hybrid use, portable for procession, stable for display in important spaces. Historians are still debating, but the outline grows clearer with each season. Finally, a quirky observation takes a bow. On certain masks, the inner rim carries residual impressions consistent with a softer liner, maybe textile or plant fiber that cushioned contact or hid attachment points. A detail that doesn't change grand interpretation but does make your empathy for the wearer or holder sharpen a notch. Angles keep teaching lessons you don't want to rush. A slight tilt downward turns the gaze from proclamation to listening, while a tilt upward declares readiness and reach. Nobody writes a law about that in the Bronze Age, but your eyes understand the language fluently because humans have always choreographed meaning with posture. Pedestals and bases imagined for larger heads become a practical inquiry rather than a flourish. Square seats read as stability, round as rotation, carved mortises as invitations for sockets and pegs, and once you start spotting those clues, every fragment becomes a chapter that previews its own assembly instructions. Acoustics even has a cameo when you picture an open courtyard or riverside platform where sound carries in polite layers. A mask's silent gaze pairs with drum and flute, with the shuffle of sandals on tamped earth, with the murmur of people who know when to hush without being told. The scene holds without a narrator because the objects are the script. Workshops hover in your imagination as long rooms with ordered chaos. Clay molds curing in lines, charcoal stacked, crucibles cooling, and a corner where foil is teased into sheets finer than patience. The smell would be part metal, part soil, part lacquer, a blend that the present day can't bottle but can approximate in a conservator's cupboard when you open a drawer of old samples. Edges like those around the eyes make you appreciate casting discipline. Clean irises where lines need to read, softened rollovers where light should caress, and occasional corrections that reveal a maker retooling the plan mid-process. Perfection is a collaboration between decision and adjustment, and that collaboration leaves polite notes if you look long enough. Scales vary with delightful confidence. Small masks invite hand-near-the-face intimacy even if you never touch, while larger faces insist you keep a respectful distance that matches the energy of a square where people once gathered. The coexistence of sizes does not argue, it harmonizes, a choir that makes range feel like completeness rather than contradiction. Placement within the famous deposits adds context that even the prettiest isolated photograph can't supply. Masks align with other prestige objects, jades, ivory, gold pieces, branches of a bronze tree, as if a vocabulary of power and presence required chorus members to sing together for the final number. The pattern matters because order means something even if the sentence remains partially untranslated. Edges of gilt sometimes stop short of corners, creating a soft halo of bare bronze that reads like eyeliner for light. That unintentional design leaves you grateful to time for a happy accident. What was once full coverage now becomes a lesson in contrast, a tutorial the ancient makers didn't plan and modern viewers benefit from anyway. Hands in the present learn the weight of these faces by proxy, through mounts, scales, and careful notes, and the numbers make poetry whether they intend to or not. A few kilograms can feel like ceremony when held for long minutes, while a lighter piece asks for a different gesture entirely. Performance is a physics class you pass with feeling. Contours of the cheeks often hold your gaze longer than the eyes do, a funny reversal that happens because the cheeks manage the transition between front and side, a region where light turns from statement to whisper. Those transitions are where secrets live, and the best masks keep a few without being coy. Labels and storage frames are modest, but they become anchors in a sea of gleam. Provenience, layer, feature, date, treatment, short lines that keep stories coherent when trays move and seasons change. The thrill of a face never excuses the discipline of a line of handwriting that will still mean what it meant after somebody retires and someone new takes the chair. Names of features and pits feel like place names in an atlas once you've spent enough time among them. The map burns into memory and, with it, a sense of how the city chose to say goodbye to certain objects, not as a refusal but as a completion. You step carefully because stepping here is reading. Senses other than sight get their say in this chapter even if you can't feed them directly. You imagine the soft rasp of fabric against the inner rim, the scent of lacquer warmed by hand heat, the slightest click when a peg seats into its mortise, and each imagined detail adjusts how you interpret the stillness of the face in front of you. Viewers today often remark that the eyes feel alive in a way that is unusual for metal, and you sympathize. The trick is mostly geometry and light, but the effect spills into psychology because gaze triggers deep responses we don't control. Being seen is a sensation with gravity. The masks provide that gravitational field even when the room stands still. Exhibitions have learned to let the faces meet visitors at varying heights so children and tall adults both get the full experience of reciprocity. That simple curatorial move changes the posture of everyone entering the room and turns walking into a respectful parade without anyone having to announce rules at the door. Questions about meaning continue to blossom and tidy themselves as new data joins the table. Residue, where micro-scratches, adhesion traces, each adds a sentence to the briefing, and the longer the briefing gets, the more careful researchers become about declaring final. Historians are still debating which contexts carried which forms of authority, and the masks stay patient. Occasional micro-CT scans reveal interior thickness variations that read like a maker's heartbeat. Slightly thicker where stress might accumulate, thinner where elegance can safely take over. Those small engineering choices feel like whispered encouragement across time, proof that attention to detail has always been a love language. Photographs from excavations do a quiet service by returning the faces to soil and ash, reminding you that the current clean shimmer arrived only after careful work. That reminder helps you build a mental image of the original environment, one where earth played equal co-star with metal, and where final placement mattered as much as first casting. Notes from experimental reconstructions show how quickly the eyes establish a presence in open air. Even simplified replicas, when lifted under dusk light, achieve the everyone looks effect, and that's the sort of simple result that makes a complicated debate about function easier to ground in observable behavior rather than wishful thinking. Narrative threads tie themselves without fuss when you let the masks be what they are. Tools for communicating presence, crafted with high skill, managed with systems that valued order, and retired with ceremonies that favored calm. Grand theory can sit nearby on a bench and wait its turn, because the objects already say plenty in clear grammar. Projections into daily life remain measured. These were not toys or casual props, and their storage, maintenance, and display would have required dedicated spaces and hands. The commitment implied by that routine suggests institutions with memory, not improvisations that vanish after a single season. Questions of identity, who wore, who watched, who maintained, can be explored without assigning modern titles. Think roles that carry responsibility rather than names that carry assumptions, and the conversation stays clean. Historians are still debating whether certain features correspond to offices, kin groups, or performance troupes that toured within a ritual calendar. Ritual in this chapter doesn't need incense or altars in your description to feel complete. Choreography, attention, sequence, and audience suffice to sketch a scene that is both ordinary and special, the way a graduation is ordinary in form and special in feeling. Masks raise the ambient meaning, and you respond by standing straighter without being told. Silence sits beside each face like a companion who knows how to listen. In that silence, you find room to test possibilities and to drop the ones that ask for too much contortion. A useful rule emerges. If an interpretation makes the mask behave awkwardly, it probably isn't the right fit for the long run. Tactile imagination remains a reliable teacher. When your mind hands the mask to your other mind, the angle of wrists, the position of elbows, and the configuration of shoulders all propose practical solutions for carrying weight and holding stillness. Design and body learn each other quickly when the goal is to look alive without moving much. Understanding continues to build momentum as you loop from object to notes to memory and back again. Each loop trims a flourish you don't need and adds a detail you do, the way good editing improves a story without making noise about itself. The masks seem to appreciate being read with that kind of discipline. Warmth arrives at last from a lamp someone adjusted, and the gold brightens as if it knew the cue. A simple gleam closes the scene by reminding you that preciousness can be both symbol and technique. Signal and surface working together so the face can carry its role across distance and time without strain. Zeniths aside, without calling them by names they didn't use, the general picture lands on ground that's easy to sleep on. Faces meant to be seen, crafted to travel through light cleanly, fitted to bodies or structures as needed, and stewarded by people who knew that attention is a resource you don't spend carelessly. That picture holds even while arguments about specifics keep everyone honest. Yielding to the hour, you put the gaze back on its mount, check straps and supports the way a considerate guest tidies a chair, and let the room settle. The faces remain exactly as they were at the start. Awake, patient, unblinking. So the last move belongs to you. A nod that says message received, mystery respected, and curiosity happily carried forward to tomorrow. Starlight has a habit of ignoring fences, and tonight it drifts over the reeds, over the planks, over the stacked trays until it lands, almost intentionally, on a pair of bronze eyes that seem designed to meet it halfway. The face doesn't move, but the feeling of attention flows outward, and you find yourself tilting your head as if the sky just asked a good question. Astronomy, even in its pocket-sized form, starts with noticing what repeats. The sun's loop, the moon's moods, the patient touring of bright wanderers across seasons. Those cycles are the standard issue calendar for any city that farms, trades, and plans, so a mainstream truth stands without wobble. The people who cast and carried these masks keep one eye on fields and another on the sky, because timing is the quiet boss of everything. Somewhere in the mental blueprint of the city, a flat space doubles as a watching deck when dawns matter. A simple stick planted upright becomes a gnomon, and suddenly shadows do math for free, stretching long in winter mornings, shrinking toward noon in summer, and teaching a village to mark solstices without paying for tuition. Humor sneaks in when you picture a Bronze Age project manager telling the team, "Our observatory budget is one stick and a patient friend." Tonight the eyes feel like instruments more than ornaments, not because metal sees but because the geometry of the face amplifies gaze, broadcasting attention like a beacon. Crowds read that energy instinctively, and in your scene a performer lifts the mask slightly, aligns the brow with a bright star sinking toward the mountains, and holds a pause long enough that even people at the back of the square understand where to look. Maps drawn by memory put the Sichuan basin in a bowl of mountains that make natural rulers for the horizon. Peaks provide reference points for sunrise corridors, and a city that lives with mist learns to use breaks in cloud as frames. Mainstream models of pre-telescope sky watching rely on silhouettes, and those silhouettes can be as precise as carved lines when a community rehearses looking together year after year. Legends in the region carry names that echo eyes, stories about early figures with notable gaze, not as clinical detail but as branding the way a mascot brands a team. Whether those tales originate in face-to-face performances or performance inherits their tone from the tales remains one of those pleasant loops historians are still debating, a chicken or egg in bronze and memory. Mountains become teachers when stars skim their shoulders. Bright points that graze a particular notch in late summer or clear a ridge midwinter give you a beautifully repeatable show, and a repeatable show grows into ritual through the same mechanics that turn a weekly market into a festival if you add music and patience. The masks, with their eyes like trumpets set to pianissimo, fit the mood by calling attention without noise. Calendars in your hands are not bound in paper. They're made of planted rose and willow shade and the angle of shade at mid-morning. Planting, harvesting, and river levels feel the tug of the sun's yearly arc. So any community serious about food keeps a quiet notebook in the sky. The mainstream point is straightforward. The cosmology of cycles is practical first, poetic afterward. Masks hold that practicality like a suggestion. Big eyes are easy to read in low light, which means dusk performances can coordinate with first star appearances, and dawn ceremonies can time pauses to that short period when the sun has risen but the ground still feels like night. The design helps the clock in your chest synchronize with the clock at the horizon. No wrist device required. Workshops, meanwhile, bring technique to the party by giving faces that carry across space. Smooth planes where light needs to travel, crisp edges where lines need to register at distance, recessed features that catch shadows like pockets. The maker's understanding of light acts like a small telescope turned backward. By controlling reflection, they turn a nearby face into a far-reaching signal. Angles become your playmates as you test the hypothesis that a tilt of the mask could align eye to sky in intentional ways. Raise the chin a little and the gaze clears the reed tops. Lower it and the field becomes the subject. Turn left and a bright planet riding in evening finally finds the line of sight. None of this proves an observatory function, but it proves something softer. That the object and the sky negotiate well when introduced politely. Processions are the moving lines that stitch city space to sky time. A slow walk from workshop quarter to open square at dusk. A pivot toward the western ridge as a ribbon of color fades. A stillness that follows because the moment asks for it. You stand in the line with a mask bearer in your mind and feel the crowd breathe together the way a sea of people hushes at a stadium without anyone announcing the hush. Dawn gives a complimentary lesson by showing the mask's geometry under first light from the east. Gold foil that read warm under lamps becomes a crisp herald's band the instant the sun peaks. The silhouette takes charge and the eyes, though unmoving, feel like they gather daylight and return it in a thin, disciplined beam. Cameras love this at modern exhibitions, but the sky invented the effect first. Rivers lend their own cinematography. Early morning surface as smooth as brushed metal becomes a second sky. If you stand at the bank and look down, stars repeat themselves like generous actors, and as a practical trick for teaching constellations to learners, reflection has the next strain. The fun detail that belongs to fieldwork is noticing how insects write temporary scripts across the starfield, reminding you to keep imagination tethered to real water. Gnomon experiments do not require perfect weather to be useful. A cloudy day writes softer shadows, but the relative lengths still teach. A clearing midday lets you draw a line from morning edge to afternoon edge and find cardinal directions with chalk and patience. The beauty is how quiet the math remains. No one stands on a balcony to count down. You and your friends just watch the stick tell the ground what time it is. Intervals between lunar phases become the ambient soundtrack for longer projects. A city that casts big bronzes wants stable windows for firing, drying, and transport. The moon's roughly 29.5-day cycle splits the month in ways that appeal to scheduling minds, and when you harvest in one phase and pour in another, you start feeling like the sky co-manages the calendar with you. Geometry sneaks in every time your eye follows the curve of a brow and maps it onto an imagined arc across the night. Circles beget circles, and a culture saturated in craft might delight in the tidy correspondences between curved metal and curved paths. This does not mean masks or maps, but it does mean the shapes you use all day make you a better listener when the sky speaks in the same accent. Visibility becomes the essay that never bores, the one about how far a message travels in air with no microphones. A mask with large eyes beats a lesser design at 50 paces and 200. A face with gilded highlights turns head lifts into readable cues even when people at the edge of the square pretend they're not watching. Your own shoulders answer the geometry by straightening in sympathy. Contrasts help the job along. Bronze against dark backdrop reads sharp, gilding against dusk reads bright, textile fringe against steady cheeks reads movement, and the combination keeps an audience alert without exhausting them. You have sat through modern presentations where slides try too hard. The Bronze Age version seems to have found minimalist good taste without browsing a design blog. Quietness is the trick that the sky teaches better than any school. A star rises without sound, a shadow lengthens without commentary, and the most persuasive moments at a mask performance could be the shared silence while everyone looks up at the same frame in the same breath. Modern gatherings still borrow that move, the collective inhale right before lights dim, because humans are not that different under different hats. Numbers, when you invite them, behave politely. You count the days between a sunrise hitting one ridge and hitting another, discovering your estimate of the year's spine. You tally the evenings where a bright wanderer like Jupiter hangs near a particular cluster and realize long cycles exist that make pleasing long arcs. Historians are still debating how many of those slow patterns were tracked here, but the baseline, that daily and monthly rhythms mattered, is robust. Skylines make the best blackboards, and the basin obliges with a set of peaks that turn into an alphabet the more you rehearse it. A pointy letter where a star squeezes through, a flat top where the sun sets for a week then slides left, a notch that hosts the moon with embarrassing regularity. Teach this to apprentices and soon children can find seasons by pointing rather than counting on their fingers. Footnotes in your mental file mark a quirky detail. Polished bronze mirrors, known in many Bronze Age toolkits, can throw a tidy glint if angled right. A sunny morning could turn a performer into a lighthouse that sends brief hellos to friends across a field. You can't prove this happened here on the regular, but the physics is simple and your grin gets the better of your skepticism for a second. Tools for keeping time do not require water clocks and sand fountains to be useful. A notch on a staff, a bead on a cord, a row of pebbles moved one by one. These humble counters make the minutes spent in stillness countable. When someone holds a mask steady for a span, that modest counting gives structure so body and sky agree on when the moment has done its job. Signals pass through the city without trumpets when everyone shares the same reference points. If someone raises a mask at the minute the first sunlight touches a wall, the entire group takes it as a cue to begin or end a sequence. The power in that cue is not supernatural. It's social agreement built from practice, and the more the city repeats the agreement, the smoother the choreography becomes. Atmosphere in the basin loves to test patience. Mist will gatecrash a rehearsal, low clouds will improvise over your careful plan, and a drizzle will judge your footwear. But the upside of a humid climate is drama when breaks happen. The first beam through cloud becomes a theater light, and the person holding the largest eyes suddenly seems to glow from the forehead outward, which might be why the big gaze earns such affectionate loyalty. Reflections in shallow basins of water, whether a pot left out or a deliberate pan, let you check alignments at comfortable angles. Teaching someone the shape of a constellation becomes less like a neck workout and more like drawing a picture when you flip the sky onto a tabletop. Niche fact: water quietly averages out the twinkle, making dots steadier for learners who have not yet made friends with darkness. Practice makes alignments feel like customs rather than tasks. After a season of marking where the sun touches the ridge closest to the harvest week, your body begins to tilt in that direction out of habit when the time approaches. You notice the masks collected for that day are checked for ties and liners earlier, and the team's chatter gets lighter as if the sky had added a footnote that says, "We're on track." Comparisons with neighbors to the northeast bring useful contrasts without insisting on sameness. Oracle bone records at other centers tell you that systematic sky watching existed in the broader region. Sanxingdui contributes a different visual language, faces and trees larger than life, so the shared baseline is attention to cycles, while the local style is an exuberant visual stagecraft that chooses eyes for microphones. Hypotheses about protruding eyes as cosmic symbols fall into good categories. One frames them as star-seeking devices in a poetic sense, not instruments but metaphors that tell a crowd, "We see the important light." Another frames them as political branding that says, "This city notices, this leadership keeps watch." A third claims theater first, big eyes because theater wants big expressions. Historians are still debating, and you comfortably keep 2 or 3 possibilities in your pocket at once. Orientation tricks are easy to test without disturbing anything. Stand in the square with a replica and clock the moment the mask's gaze intersects the notch where the sun sets at late autumn. Try again at spring's mirror week. The repeats teach your muscles to find angles with fewer glances, and you discover that a body can learn a city's celestial grammar as thoroughly as a tongue learns vowels. Storytelling wraps itself around every technical detail until the audience no longer worries about why big eyes and just experiences big eyes mean now. The conversion from explanation to felt meaning is where public culture lives, and your role in this chapter is to enjoy how design, sky, and habit braid into a ribbon that ties daily life to season life. Polish becomes both literal and figurative when you picture gilders laying leaf that will catch dawn. A gentle brush smooths out a wrinkle that would misbehave under backlight. A maker tests the surface by walking with it at dusk to see which planes smile and which sulk. The care you witness in memory is ordinary, which is the best compliment a culture can get for its craft. Seasons rotate their props through the scene. Lush summer air that smells like green tea, clear winter nights where breath looks like thought bubbles, spring mornings with reckless birdsong, autumn evenings with honest chill. Masks read differently in each. A winter star behind an eye rim feels crisp as new paper. A summer sun licking gold turns the face into a medal. You take notes your future self will understand. Echoes of cosmology, the big, human habit of mapping Earth to sky and sky to life, show up in the bronze sacred tree fragments you saw earlier. A vertical axis that sprouts, perches for birds, branching levels like steps. Call it a cosmic diagram or call it a stage prop for seasonal choreography. Either way, it shakes hands with the eyes by saying, "Up matters," and the handshake feels friendly rather than dogmatic. Artifacts that seem small in a tray can turn into sky helpers once imagination assigns them roles. A pendant shaped like a bird might swing with a rhythm that mirrors a star's path. A pattern of dots on a plate might match nothing, or it might match a favorite asterism by coincidence. Self-discipline helps here. You test ideas by asking whether anyone could have used them without a meeting and a pointer stick. Edges of the masks carry a kind of cartographer's honesty. If a rim is reinforced, you think about load. If an inner lip carries adhesives, you think about comfort. If a row of holes repeats at even distances, you think about a tie pattern that a wearer could redo in the dark. The same mind that designs for movement would be more than capable of designing for a sky-sensitive performance schedule. Horizon reading is a team sport, which might be why the masks appear in multiple sizes. Bigger for the main signals, smaller for supporting roles, and the interplay of scales ensures the message reaches both the crowd and the conductor who keeps the beat. In modern terms, this is redundant systems for clarity, and it's impressively elegant for a city with no microphone cables to trip over. Memory, in a place that repeats ceremonies across seasons, builds architecture inside heads. A child watches older hands raise a face at a particular color of dawn and, decades later, that child's wrists lift at the same hue without thinking. The sky trains families the way kitchens train recipes. Quietly, by repetition, without scolding when life interrupts and you miss a practice. Materials complicate your cosmology daydreams in useful ways. Bronze needs maintenance, gold needs kindness, textile liners need air. A city that tracks time with the sky must also track time with boxes and cloths and checks. Somehow that makes the cosmology more beautiful, not less. Grand arcs paired with gentle chores, like remembering the stars and remembering to oil a hinge. People become the last, best instruments. A mask can call attention, but a person decides when to lift it, how long to hold, which angle tells the clearest truth. A team becomes precise by habit, and habit becomes culture by comfort. Nothing here needs a sermon. It needs practice, snacks, sturdy sandals, and a schedule pinned to the sunrise nobody owns. Constellations familiar to later observers might have looked slightly different to eyes here because the surrounding narrative differs, but the same bright anchors exist, and the basin sky on a good night still drops your jaw. A fun, harmless guess imagines someone giving nicknames to asterisms that reflect reeds, carp, or mountain gaps. Historians are still debating how local naming played with wider patterns, and you enjoy the thought without insisting on a dictionary. Proportions of the masks feel more local than universal, yet in the sky-facing exercise they behave like universal tools. A wide eye will read as watchfulness in any language, a steady mouth will read as calm, and a strong nose will throw a helpful shadow that becomes punctuation under moonlight. The faces are multilingual, which is exactly what public symbols ought to be. Wind, an often overlooked member of this ensemble, plays referee for smoke and sound. Light breezes turn torchlight into flicker that flatters metal, and the whisper of reeds sets a tempo more interesting than a metronome. You imagine planning a sequence around a typical evening breeze, allowing drapery to do some of the storytelling so the eyes can keep doing theirs. Afterglow in western sky acts like a curtain call for bright planets. Delay the final lift of a mask until the band of color thins, then let a single star declare the closing moment. Modern stage managers call that a blackout. Ancient coordinators might have called it, simply, timely, because the sky already has a lighting designer on staff. Caretakers in the present tend the sky story too, by trimming gallery lights to levels that honor gentle metals and by arranging sightlines so visitors naturally find the gaze. The best exhibitions allow a small window to an actual sky, and even a brief rectangle of dusk through a hallway does more for mood than a paragraph of explanation. Your shoulders drop because the body recognizes when a room gets the light right. Longer arcs than a season nudge you if you let them. A bright wanderer returns to the same neighborhood of sky after a hefty number of months, and if a city keeps memory for long enough, the return becomes an anniversary worth noting. Nobody needs a prophetic speech to enjoy that feeling. Ah, it's back. We remember this, and the masks, eternal in their unblinking way, are perfect mascots for long patience. Finally, the question posed by this chapter folds itself neatly. Are the eyes toward the cosmos because people watched the heavens, or are they toward the cosmos because looking is the best way to symbolize care? The answer that lets you sleep is both, depending on the day. Historians are still debating emphasis and causation. You accept the comfort that comes with multiple good readings, then step away from the tray, tip an imaginary hat to the sky, and walk back along the planks feeling like you've been part of a rehearsal that started well before your time and will keep its schedule long after, guided by lights that neither hurry nor forget. Thunder has a way of sneaking indoors when furnaces wake, and tonight the workshop hums with a low, promising growl that feels like weather trapped in clay walls. The moment your boot touches the packed earth floor, heat and anticipation mingle, and the bronze faces from earlier seem to hover in imagination just outside the door, waiting to see how they were born. Bellows sit in a neat rank like sleeping animals, their leather backs stitched with confidence. Two assistants plant their feet and press the handles in rhythm, and each squeeze sends a clear breath down a clay tuyere that glows at the edge like a cautious sunrise. With every exhale, the charcoal bed brightens, tiny stars popping into existence, and the air around the furnace tastes faintly of pine and mineral, an aroma that says the metal will soon remember its river origins. Clay is the first technology on stage, a partnership of fine silt, tempering grit, and a dash of plant matter, rice husk, ash, or chaff, rolled and kneaded until it listens. Molds demand two personalities from the same material: toughness so they keep shape under heat, and porosity so gases can flee. A conservator later will point at the broken faces of mold fragments and whisper about straw ghosts in the matrix. The quirky pleasure is learning that a handful of chaff can make a city's greatest sculptures possible. Models come next, sculpted in soft clay or carved in wood, then kissed with a thin, fine coat to capture crisp lines. Piece mold logic takes over. Coat the model in clay, let it firm, slice it into sections along plan seams, lift the shells away, and rebuild them empty, with a core inside to shape the hollows. The whole maneuver is choreography for objects. Your mind does the steps so many times that the movements feel like a household dance. Seams are biographies written in metal. Every junction between mold pieces can become a faint ridge on the finished bronze, and when you tilt a mask under grazing light, those ridges read like punctuation, commas where a vertical and horizontal met, a semicolon where a tricky cheek corner demanded special attention. Far from being flaws, these are the handshakes between maker and viewer, a subtle way of saying, this was constructed on purpose. Cores deserve their own round of applause, because the inside of a bronze is a room you seldom see. Clay cores shaped on a skeleton of twigs or reeds hold space where metal will not flow. Sometimes spacers, little clay bridges, keep the gap even between core and outer mold. Experimental replicas suggest bamboo pins may have kept alignment, burning away in the pour. Historians are still debating whether some large works used temporary metal supports or clever clay-only engineering to keep everything steady. Alloy is a recipe, and the cooks here prefer copper seasoned with tin and, at times, a measure of lead. Tin lowers melting temperature and sharpens cast detail. Lead improves flow in narrow passages and makes the molten bronze pour like silk. A mainstream observation remains steady. Sanxingdui's alloys tend to be tin-rich for crispness, with lead as a stylistic and technical accent rather than a main ingredient. The exact ratios vary by object type, another signal that this workshop tuned its music to the part. Ores arrive as green and blue stones, malachite and azurite, or as weathered lumps with promise hidden inside. Crushing happens in a corner that smells like dust and stamina. Washing separates lighter waste from heavier treasure. Baskets drip, basins settle. Whether the copper came from near hills or far corridors is a question with political and logistical echoes, and historians are still debating which routes mattered most for this city's appetite. Fuel turns time into temperature. Charcoal stacked like black bread gives clean heat, and the furnace breathes because of clever geometry. A belly that reflects warmth inward, a throat that encourages draw, a tuyere angled to inject air without blasting the fire to chaos. Fire control becomes a language of colors, dull cherry, bright orange, white with risk, and the head bellows worker reads that spectrum the way a baker reads crust. Gating sketches an underground roadmap inside the mold. A broad sprue to deliver the main flow, runners to distribute, risers to feed the hungry spots as metal shrinks, and vents to let angry air escape before it carves scars into delicate surfaces. The best part is the foresight. Looking at a finished bronze and finding a trim spruce stub is like spotting the address where the metal entered the party and was later asked to use the back door. Pouring happens when breadth and brightness agree, a moment with no speeches and an entire workshop holding stillness like a bowl. Crucibles tip, and the stream is a convincing argument for gravity. No one rushes. Velocity is read not with numbers but with eyes, the way a river pilot knows safe speed by the way eddies behave. The ladle hand rotates a hair to keep slag skins from leading the way. It's finesse, not drama. Cooling writes its own weather report inside metal. Thick sections stay liquid longer and feed thin ones. Shrinkage tries to pull corners in. Risers keep the skin from collapsing. Micro-CT scans of similar bronzes show thickness variations that feel deliberate. Stronger walls where stress might live, lighter where elegance can take the wheel. Historians are still debating whether these variations were calculated or learned by generations of gentle corrections. Breakout transforms patience into satisfaction. Clay shell gives up, peeled and tapped in flakes, revealing surfaces the fire painted and the air finished. A quick wash persuades sand to leave. A wooden paddle smooths stubborn scale. A dull bronze blade nips off gate nubs. This is not demolition. It's unveiling, like coaxing a sculpture from a packed suitcase and letting it stretch its shoulders for the first time. Finishing resembles a whisper lesson in texture. Files and scrapers tune edges. Abrasives, sand, silt, powdered stone. Create satin on planes that must carry light. Small chisels tick out groove details that read even at a distance. The mask that later looks inevitable in a museum is, at this bench, a negotiation between tool marks and intention, between what the cast gave and what the hand insists on adding. Gilding adds an exhale of sunshine to chosen planes. A thin organic layer, often lacquer or a resinous cousin, goes on first, a tacky invitation. Leaf follows, draped like breath and pressed with a soft brush until it lies flat and obedient. Heat from hands smooths wrinkles. The slightest humidity helps the leaf behave. In a tray centuries later, bright islands remain where shelter saved them, and dull ghost lines show where gold once rested and then went exploring. Joining is carpentry in metal clothing. Tenons seat into mortises. Sleeves slide over spigots. Collars lock branches to trunks. Pins, metal or hardwood, pass through aligned holes and say, "Enough wobble for today." The bronze sacred tree you pictured earlier becomes possible through this vocabulary of sockets and collars. A modular intelligence that lets transport, assembly, and maintenance happen without magical cranes. Scaling a figure taller than a person is a test of composure. A towering standing figure with outstretched hands needs feet planted on an engineered base, a core that stayed centered during pouring, and walls thin enough to be graceful but thick enough to keep heroic posture. Internal supports may have been clay that later evacuated in crumbs, or clever ribs that strengthen without scolding the silhouette. Historians are still debating whether separate casts married at the waist or shoulders in certain giants. Sound offers a quick exam after work hardens. A knuckle tap on a thick rim returns a tone that tells secrets. Clear when the metal cooled kindly, dull when a hidden void sulks under the surface. Nobody writes symphonies, but the workshop knows a pass/fail chord by heart. The odd fact that delights apprentices is how a very light, quick flick yields truer news than an enthusiastic thump. Toolkit trays read like poems about function. Bronze chisels with edges rounded by loyalty sit beside bone burnishers polished by countless circles. Reed brushes nap beside cloth swatches stained with resin tests. A single stone with a dish worn into it has likely ground more pastes than any recipe book. Every item says, "I do one job well," and the room answers, "That's enough." Layout of the workspace respects both fire and traffic. Furnaces huddle downwind of drying racks. Storage jars marry shade to dryness. An open strip welcomes wheelbarrow turns. Footprints baked into old floors show that makers preferred clockwise movement around a poor zone, a quirk of habit that keeps elbows out of hot arguments. Even the roof gaps align with chimney moods so smoke behaves like a polite guest. Accidents happen, and the city learned to love correction. Miscasts become educational scrap. Trimmed gates and failed experiments return to crucibles. Little plaques of test pours build a vocabulary of what the alloy will do on a humid day versus a crisp one. A mainstream truth surfaces again. Recycling is not modern virtue signaling. It is ancient prudence, and every workshop that lasts adopts it without fanfare. Disguises serve both aesthetics and engineering. A seam that might catch light awkwardly can hide under an incised ribbon or a patterned band. A spruce scar disguises itself as a medallion. A thickened edge earns decorative teeth that break up the mass visually while strengthening it structurally. The best camouflage tells the truth by redirecting your gaze rather than pretending nothing ever happened. Rhythm steadies the year. Mold making loves the dry stretch after a rainy spell. Pouring favors evenings when wind drops. Burnout schedules sneak between other chores. Transport waits for roads to firm up after floods. Even without a written calendar on the wall, the workshop's bones remember what months want. And the city, tending fields by day, accepts the foundry's night music as part of its own pulse. Apprenticeship carries the method across seasons. Beginners hold bellows before they hold ladles. They learn flame colors long before alloy numbers. A master's quiet listen refers to the whisper of air at a tuyere, to the clink of cooling metal, to the faint complaint of a mold that needs another hour. By the time an apprentice signs a seam with a confident scrape, the room already trusts their wrists. Logistics extend the workshop into the landscape. Charcoal makers in forest margins bake stick after stick into light, hot fuel. Clay diggers know where to find deposits that hold shape without sulking. Carriers move ore in water and finished pieces along river paths and reed-lined lanes. The entire system is a chain of ordinary skills performed attentively. Grand art stands on quietly excellent errands. Comparisons with contemporaries to the Northeast come naturally, because bronze loves to travel as an idea. Piece mold casting is a shared foundation, but Sanxingdui's scale and sculptural ambition feel like a sibling choosing theater while another chooses literature. Vessel inscriptions elsewhere give words to ritual life. Here, faces and trees give bodies to presence. The mainstream point stands. Different vocabularies, similar fluency. Debates about method keep scholars and metalsmiths happily caffeinated. Certain Sanxingdui fragments, slender bird limbs, delicate floral curls, look so continuous that lost wax advocates raise their hands. Others point to seam evidence saying piece mold all the way down. Hybrid possibilities enter like diplomats. Model in wax, convert to clay, cut into sections. Both traditions shaking hands. Historians are still debating, and experimental work continues to test which recipes match which fingerprints. Fingerprints, by the way, really do appear in mold fragments. Swirls and ovals pressed into damp clay by busy hands who did not imagine anyone would stare at them 3,000 years later. A foxed paw print even shows up on one drying slab in your mind's cabinet of curiosities. Not because someone invited a dog to art school, but because doors open and lives overlap. These are the tiny biographies that make a site feel human without asking for speeches. Safety maintains dignity in a room that courts heat. Wet cloth waits near the mouth of the furnace in case a spark earns too much ambition. Long tongs keep fingers at respectful distances. Sleeves pretend to be armor. Hair gets tied as if eyebrows were the last resource to risk. Jokes hover to keep tension friendly. No eyebrow sacrifices tonight. And the humor works because everyone takes the rules seriously while laughing near them. Humor threads through scheduling too. Someone names a furnace Old Turtle because it warms slow and stays warm forever. Someone else claims bellows sound better after snacks, and a third swears that miscasts fear singing. None of these beliefs make it into serious notes, but they grease the gears of cooperation, and even strict supervisors smile when the pour goes perfectly after a chorus of off-key enthusiasm. Scent is memory's favorite assistant here. Warm lacquer smells like rain on wood. Fresh bronze smells like weather after lightning. Charcoal smoke smells like spicy tea left near a campfire. Years later, a conservator opens a sample jar, and the ghost of one of those scents steps out. Uninvited but welcome, and the room momentarily feels 600 evening pours closer to the original event. Economy shapes choices far beyond the bench. Bronze is wealth you can see and touch, but it's also replaceable in a way certain stones are not. Scrap returns to flow, and a statue can become a mask, can become a branch if the city's needs announce themselves clearly enough. The deposits you saw earlier whisper about objects completing cycles, retiring with honor rather than vanishing for lack of care. Cross-craft collaboration underwrites excellence. Woodworkers carve mounts and armatures. Textile people weave straps and liners that save noses and temples from ache. Lacquerers perfect the coat that invites gold to stay a while. And sometimes potters lend kills or advice on drying schedules because clay is a universal cousin. Nothing here happens in a silo. Everything shares a roof called getting it right. Upkeep after creation demands as much grace as the making. Surfaces get wiped with oils or resins to keep moisture from picking fights. Gold leaf earns a gentle dusting with a brush softer than gossip. Storage racks receive pads that behave like polite clouds. A city that builds prestige objects on this scale also trains caretakers whose job is to let quiet shine survive seasons. Evidence tells the workshop story in languages without verbs. Slag piles near a ditch reveal chemical histories. Crucible sherds with glassy linings talk about temperature ranges. Mold fragments stacked in refused trenches become textbooks of parting lines. Even the footprint of a furnace, its oxidized soil and magnetic signature, acts like a ghost that raises a hand when archaeologists walk by with instruments in polite moods. Experiments in the present take up the old choreography with modern patience. Clay recipes get tested, first cracking, then holding. Furnaces get rebuilt until a modest wind finds them trustworthy. Pours succeed, and replicas demonstrate that the surface elegance of ancient bronzes is not an accident. A mainstream comfort follows. Methods described in careful papers are not fantasies. They produce metal with the right skin and sound. Ethics hover whenever repairs and reconstructions breathe near originals. A lab will align a broken mask with reversible adhesives rather than permanent bonds. A missing corner remains missing rather than being guessed at with creative filler. Mounts grip gently and let go willingly. Historians are still debating how much visual completion helps public understanding and how much risks confusing it, and the best rooms err on the side of honesty. Nightfall eventually tucks the workshop into a quieter register. Bellows sag with contentment. Furnaces flash a last ember wink, and tools line up like tired dancers ready for tomorrow's rehearsal. The thunder you heard at the start dissolves into a cat-soft purr. As you step out, the air cools enough to taste the river again, and the bronze faces in your imagination nod from their trays as if to say, "Now you know our origin song." Sleep on it, and we'll meet you again in the square. Velvet pads cradle a thin glint that looks like a sunrise pressed flat, and the first thing your eyes do is measure breath so the gold leaf doesn't flutter. The second thing is lean closer until the warm color fills your vision like tea catching afternoon light. This isn't the loud treasure of movies. It's quieter. A whisper of metal so thin that edges lift like eyelashes if a draft gets cocky. Weight becomes a joke at this scale. Your mind keeps preparing for heft your fingers never meet. Yet the meaning runs heavy, the way a single word in the right moment can outweigh a speech. In that balance, you begin to understand how a civilization can talk in metal without raising its voice. Across the table, a longer object lounges with the confidence of a walking stick that auditioned for royalty. A gold staff wrapped and patterned, its skin humming under the lamps. You hold your hands a respectful inch above it and feel the sense of role rather than mere ornament. A thing made for walking through air in front of other people, not for hiding in drawers. Mainstream scholarship puts pieces like this in the basket of regalia. Public symbols that translate authority into visible grammar. A tiny, cheerful oddity hides in the tooling marks. Minute rhythms along a curve that suggest the maker moved to music or, at least, to a comfortable pattern that felt like a song. Under the same light, leaf fragments lie like autumn on a bronze mask, clinging to brow and cheek in islands that survived centuries of chance. The practical chemistry is friendly. An organic adhesive, lacquer, or resin, laid on in a whisper-thin coat, gold settled against it with a brush as soft as gossip, edges tucked with breath held to keep drafts polite. You test the angle and watch how the metal answers with sunrise, not glare. Foil diffuses better than polished plate, which tells you the point was glow, not mirror. Historians are still debating how much of a face once wore gold and how much stayed bronze, because time edits coverage with its own taste. Goldsmiths in your imagination set up a corner workshop not far from the bronze foundry. Their tools light on muscle and heavy on finesse. Hammers as small as promises tap sheets until they stretch, annealing in between so hardness doesn't turn cranky. Punches incised dots that catch light like stars seated on a clear night. Burnishers coax sheen that reads from across a square. This is not barricade metal. This is presentation metal, meant to ride over form the way silk rides over muscle. You test the idea by squinting from 5 paces and still reading the highlight as a clear note against darker planes. Exactly the kind of legibility a ceremony needs. Sheets by themselves are not the whole story. Wires and bands show up like careful outlines that keep softness from wandering. A thin edge, reinforced with a rolled lip, behaves bravely on the brow of a mask. A narrow fillet covers a seam that the maker doesn't want to do all the talking. Even where the leaf is gone, adhesive ghosts map former borders like pale pencil lines on a blank stage, and your eye learns to reconstruct the outfit the way a tailor reads chalk on fabric. Mainstream consensus keeps calling this gilding program deliberate rather than random. The placement seems designed for visibility and endurance, not just for the joy of shimmer. Closer to the trays that hold greenish and creamy stones, a different temperature of beauty enters the room. Jade doesn't sparkle. It breathes. Under your lamp, it keeps the cool of a river stone even after handling. And when you tilt a blade or ring, the light doesn't shout back but travels inside, as if the object learned politeness in water. The mainstream point lands gently. During this period, communities across the wider region prize nephrite, tough, dense, workable with patience, for objects that carry status and story. Names like Bai, Song, and Zhang turn useful in your mouth not because labels are magic, but because they help you keep track of shapes that return like favorite chords. Jade rings sit in a line like moons cut from mist, and one bears a thin groove so even it seems machine-made until your mind remembers otherwise. Drilling leaves traces that become time signatures. Concentric tracks from rotation, smooth at the finish where someone took pains to polish the last hints of rough away. You angle a loop and discover a tiny crescent of drilling powder trapped in a corner. A grain or two of history waiting for its close-up. The quiet, odd fact that always pleases returns on cue. Jade will clink musically when pieces touch, a bell no one intended to invent, useful for telling craftsmen when edges are true. Unlike the gold that announces itself on the surface, jade hides workmanship in patience. Abrasion wins the day, sand and water, stick and powder, endless circles that turn stubbornness into elegance. Even the simplest blade carries a biography of wrists. Even the plainer ring says months, not afternoons. You picture a bench by a window, a bowl of slurry catching light, and a worker testing an edge against a fingertip with the knowledge that a hair too much or too little will echo forever in symmetry. Mainstream analysis sees shared traditions in shapes that recur widely. The exact stone sources, however, remain a map still filling in. Craftspeople here seem to favor edges that read clearly across distance and surfaces that invite touch at handshake range. A blade with a slightly raised spine throws a tiny line of shadow that reads sharp without ever cutting. A ring with eased inner rim turns wearing into comfort rather than chore. Historians are still debating whether certain motifs, arched notches, paired lines, carry specific messages or simply belong to the toolkit of beauty, the way cufflinks and collars belong to outfits without necessarily saying anything beyond, "I am dressed for company." Somewhere between the gold's warm whisper and the jade's cool breath lies ivory's quiet. Tusk arcs rest in foam cradles like moons the color of tea with milk, cross-sections showing delicate cross-hatching that specialists read fluently. Under conservation lights, the surface looks like a library, faint lines describing growth and life, and the air surrounding the pieces carries a dry sweetness that feels older than the tent. The feeling in your chest shifts from showmanship to stewardship. Ivory makes you slow down, not to tiptoe around fragility, but to honor the fact that so much history grew inside a living being before it learned a second life in hands. Between species lies the puzzle everyone loves to solve kindly. Elephant ivory carries distinctive cross patterns that differ from what mammoth leaves behind, and the angle of those lines can nudge identification without turning it into a shouting match. Under magnification, Schreger lines present like folded fans, a sober geometry that reads like the tusk's autobiography. Historians are still debating exact source regions for the hoards here. Some signals point to broader networks reaching south and west, others to nearer corridors within a long, green belt of habitat. And your role tonight is to enjoy the certainty that trade and travel stitch cities together without demanding a single grand road. Above the practical questions, the artistic ones keep waving. Carving ivory changes a workshop soundtrack. A shaving soft rasp, a thin dust the color of pale flour, a smell like a clean cupboard. Polished surfaces go from matte to moonlit and hold that gentle sheen even in poor light. In some pieces, tool marks barely exist. In others, a deliberate groove catches the eye so the object says crafted instead of conjured. The lesson folds back into your earlier thought about gold and jade. Materials come with voices, and the best rooms arrange ensemble pieces where every voice speaks in its own register without drowning the others. Inside the pits where so much was later arranged for burial, ivory arcs lie near bronzes and jades as if a chorus were forming warm, cool, and creamy timbers taking turns in a composition with fire at the hinge. The order likely mattered. Parallel curves echo discipline. Paired items imply balance in an event that valued symmetry. A mainstream understanding keeps its feet on the ground. Value concentrates here on purpose, and materials with long making times accumulate in curated sets. The argument that never grows tired keeps its hand up. Whether the motive was closure, transition, or reorganization, historians are still debating, and the mixture doesn't pick sides for us. Outward from the site, geography writes footnotes in every direction. Rivers offer lanes for heavy tusks and boxes of stone. Mountain passes open and close with seasons. Lowlands give safe, slow roads where carts behave and shoulders don't complain. You run a finger across the site map and let your mind draw routes. One that tastes of salt air and distant forests. One that smells of pine and upland rain. One that crosses only a few villages but takes many patient days. Trade does not need a proclamation when the city itself is an invitation. Ivory, in quantity, tells on a network even if names are missing. A city that can gather stacks of arcs is a city with friends who trust its fairs or its rituals enough to participate more than once. Gifts, exchanges, obligations, and celebrations work in loops that outlast any one person's calendar. The mainstream takeaway is modest and strong. Sanxingdui converses with the wider world in goods that are both materials and messages. The conciliatory counterpoint follows. Not every tusk traveled on a grand journey. Some likely came from nearer populations that ghost ancient maps with a different shade of green than today. Specialists step forward in your imagination with brushes and microscopes and the kind of patience that could win at staring contests. On gold, they look for residual lacquer to prove a leaf's former home. On jade, they examine microscratches to distinguish ancient shaping from modern enthusiasm. On ivory, they map internal patterns to complete species puzzles and track humidity histories to plan care. The quirky delight tucked in their reports is how often a tiny, apparently trivial mark tells the story the headline missed. A hairline polish where cord once lay, a smudge of resin where a tie needed just a little extra help. Trade, at this point in the night, becomes less about maps and more about relationships. A ring of jade in a neighboring city's style could be a gift that traveled with a story attached. A gold technique learned from a visitor might have seeded a local variant. An ivory arc could carry decorative logic, regular spacing, gentle arcs, that matches the city's taste for order. Historians are still debating the balance between direct contact and indirect relay, but the outcome in your hands is clarity. The objects themselves carry proof of conversations, even when the voices are long asleep. Numbers do a quiet service by refusing to turn poetry into statistics while still offering guides. Counts of tusks per feature, average weights, distribution of gold-bearing objects across the site, ratio of jades in rings versus blades. These tidy stacks let comparisons grow beyond anecdotes. A mainstream chronicle uses such numbers to keep claims honest. A niche joy reveals itself when a scatterplot suddenly draws a diagonal that makes you whistle softly because, yes, production chose a rhythm you can actually see. Texture acts as a teacher, especially when fingers can't touch. On gold, leaf wrinkles turn into topographic maps that explain where the foil struggled with tight curves. On jade, orange peel micropolish tells you which abrasive was last in the queue. On ivory, age cracks spider like careful handwriting, and conservators learn to listen to those lines the way a luthier listens to a violin's ribs. Your eyes become fingertips by proxy, and your mind thanks the light for being polite enough to tell the truth. Tools, even when absent, leave shadows you can trace. Jade drills hum in your imagination, maybe set with sand and water in a slurry that eats orderly cylinders through stubborn stone. Chasing tools on gold leave dots and dashes that read like sunny Morse code. Ivory knives carve as much by restraint as by pressure, and the best hands stop before the material begs. You have spent enough time around work to know that the right tool, used with the right wrist, makes grace look inevitable. Storage speaks to status before any performance begins. Gold sits dry and cozy, away from fingerprints and heat. Jade can breathe with less fuss but still prefers its own padded corner. Ivory demands humidity routines the way musical instruments demand tuning. A city that tracks these needs without dropping the thread is a city whose institutions understand that glamour rests on logistics. Your bedtime brain loves logistics because logistics love you back. Exhibitions in the present assemble the trio gold, jade, ivory. So visitors can hear the chord as it was meant to sound. Warm gleam, cool depth, soft brightness. A well-set case gives each material its own light angle, a mount that blocks none of the story, and captions that keep adjectives from outnumbering facts. Modern rooms also build a narrow bridge to the workshop, letting a clip or a model reveal how many small decisions stand behind a single square inch of perfection. The effect, even at low volume, is persuasive. Attention becomes gratitude. Comparisons to neighboring traditions keep context honest without flattening difference. Elsewhere, bronze vessels with inscriptions accumulate like a library. Here, faces and trees and lavish materials perform language with bodies and light. The shared ground remains indisputable metallurgy, carving, ritual planning, while the local accent declares itself with eyes that won't blink and with materials arranged for theaters of presence rather than for shelves of text. The mainstream picture feels less like competition and more like harmony in a regional orchestra. Debates gather politely around the table where you stand. One camp leans ritual first. Gold for glow that meets dawn, jade for virtues rehearsed through hardness and polish, ivory for the arc of order. Another favors politics of display. Materials as message boards of wealth and reach. A third folds both into a practical choreography that says ceremonies need gear that reads at 50 paces and survives transport. Historians are still debating emphasis, and the night lets every angle sit without bumping elbows. Anecdotes from labs deliver the kinds of details bedtime stories adore. One mask arrives with a hidden patch under the leaf where a maker chose to flatten a raised bubble rather than recast. Another jade ring shows 0.5 millimeter more polish on the side that faced a favorite window. A tusk fragment carries a faint dye ghost that suggests it once sat beside a colored textile, blushing by proximity. None of these snippets changed chapters. All of them make the pages turn more quietly and pleasantly. Evening edges deeper, and the three materials take on different duties in the dim. Gold becomes hearth light you can carry. Jade turns into lake water that remembers noon. Ivory glows like bone china that learned its manners centuries before kills did the talking. Standing among them, you realize the trio isn't about ranking but about ensemble. Together they create a texture of presence, bright, calm, and grounded, that tells a crowd something is happening worth standing still for. Patience turns out to be the real precious element binding this chapter. Patience of miners and carvers, of gilders and fitters, of traders and keepers, and of the people who stood under a sky and decided to translate cycles into objects and objects back into cycles. The mainstream lesson holds steady. Value requires time. Time requires systems. Systems require people who cooperate better than they quarrel. The pleasant odd fact is that a single imperfect hammer mark on a gold sheet can preserve the rhythm of a hand in a way even a perfect cast cannot. Tomorrow's plan flickers softly at the edge of your thoughts. Another look at distribution maps. Another gentle debate about where a load might lie. Another round of practicing how to describe shimmering without sounding caffeinated. For now, the trio rests in its trays. The camp keeps its low purr, and the river makes the same sentence it always makes. A steady, silver line of thought that carries everyone's effort a little farther than it could go alone. You close your eyes for a second, and when you open them, the gold still glows, the jade still breathes, and the ivory still waits. Nothing blinks, and everything watches kindly while the night finishes its work. Dawn sidles in from the east like a careful guest, turning the reed tops silver and the rammed earth walls a patient rose, and the map in your hands stops being ink and becomes streets. By the time the river shows the first bright thread, the city's plan feels legible without anyone announcing where to look first. From the crest of the wall the view spreads wide. Moat water lounging in a lazy rectangle, inner ditches sketching service roads, and beyond them a patchwork of courtyards that read as neighborhoods rather than a grid that forgot to breathe. The wall itself carries the logic of tamped earth. Layered lifts visible where later cuts have shaved a neat profile. Proof that thousands of footfalls once packed wet clay into something a flood had to negotiate with instead of simply ignore. Along a narrow lane a series of post holes marks where wooden uprights once shouldered roofs. Each circle in the soil a punctuation mark in a sentence you can't stop scanning. The spacing suggests walls in woven wattle or plank. The corners confess to carpentry with a sense of geometry, and the doorway thresholds, harder, flatter, darker, tell you where boots paused before stepping into rooms that smelled of steam and straw and whatever dinner decided to be that day. Across one tidy courtyard the hearth sits like a punctuation mark after a warm paragraph. Its ash lends a soft gray circle pressed into buff soil. You crouch and notice how a rim of reddened clay frames the center like a shallow halo, a small metallurgical gift from heat, and the tiny charcoal flecks promise a lab later will translate them into dates and species the way a good dictionary redeems a half-remembered word. Inside a low-walled structure, the floor bears sweep marks that arc in tidy fans, the kind of broom signature that says someone cared about crumbs. Near the back, a storage pit hides beneath a lid that no longer exists, but its dark oval stain stays obvious, and a scatter of charred millet and rice grains nearby plays the role of narrator. Mainstream archaeobotany confirms mixed cereals here in the late 2nd millennium BCE, while a quirky treat appears as pitted impressions from rice husks, pressed accidentally into a patch of wet clay that later hardened and never forgot. Between workshops and homes the ground keeps changing personalities. Here bits of slag blink among pebbles, their puddles of vitrified earth spell furnace and ash, so your path reads like a work schedule. Morning chores at the hearth, midday shouts where bellows once pumped, evening gossip where baskets sat. Zoning is soft but sensible, more a braid than a wall. A city not allergic to mixing labor with living, as long as sparks and naps keep their respectful distance. Outward toward a plaza, a shallow step in the earth creates a stage that is not drama but logistics, a place where jars, baskets, and wrapped parcels could swap owners with a nod. Trade does not need a bronze gong every 5 minutes to matter, and your mind assembles a market that prioritizes regularity. Grain measured in woven scoops, salt scraping gently out of cakes, jade and shell handled with the quiet you reserve for grandparents. Mainstream models of regional exchange fit comfortably here, even as the debate continues about which routes, mountain corridors, or river relays carried the heavier weight of connection. Under an eave a cluster of spindle whorls naps in a small bowl like a family of moons, their holes polished at the edges from long service. Textile traces are shy in this climate, but a sherd nearby carries a faint imprint of woven matting that likely once cushioned a vessel before the clay remembered it permanently. Your fingers hover above the impression, mapping warp and weft by sight, and you can almost hear the quick, decisive clicks of a loom beating weft into order while someone hums. Without realizing it, beside the canal a blunt-ended boat hugs the bank, its prow shaped to shrug off reeds, and a pole lies across the thwarts, a reminder that this river city moves by pushing as much as by pulling. Water here is not a moat to fear but a highway to love, and the little timber quay cut into the bank argues for comings and goings that felt like house calls. A potter gliding in, a basket of fish gliding out, business measured by tide rather than trumpet. Past a corner where the earth darkens with trampled clay, a scatter of small ceramic discs plays a guessing game. Are these game counters, loom weights for a specific task, jar stoppers, or the modern archaeologist's favorite category? tools we haven't named yet. Historians are still debating functions for certain humble forms, and your own rule of thumb stays cheerful. If an object fits comfortably in palm and habit, it probably served a skill practiced every day. Near the yard where animals once ate calmly, bones speak in gentle registers. Pig, dog, deer, without asking for culinary details, because the city's record keeps kindness in its voice. Pen stains and post lines package the story more than enough. Enclosures faced water for cleaning, wind for comfort, and sunlight for the sort of honesty that good husbandry always requires. A small iron-rich smear along a trough notes where water and minerals courted, and your mind fills the trough with a polite amount of splashing and snuffling. Around the kills the earth betrays heat by turning brick red and sometimes glassy, and sherds of grayware and brownware lie like a vocabulary scattered open book. Rims curl in profiles a potter can read at a glance, carinated shoulders hold a crisp horizon under light, and bases carry ring feet that make jars sit proud even on uneven floors. Mainstream ceramic typologies place these shapes comfortably within local Sichuan traditions, while a niche delight shows in a finger drag that skipped once and corrected itself a heartbeat later, process recorded with charm. Toward the open square the ground doesn't just flatten. It organizes purpose with lines that feel rehearsed, a subtle corridor worn into a procession path that your body obeys before your mind names it. Masks from earlier chapters glide through imagination here, eyes leading, shoulders steady, the plaza's perimeter crowded not by walls but by neighbors who learned the art of standing still in unison when attention asks for it. Ceremony, in this telling, becomes civic rather than secret. Practice the whole neighborhood understands without signing up for a club. Over thresholds into houses the difference in temperature feels like a promise. Roofs mute the sun, packed earth floors hold cool shadows, and the room breathes through openings that trade air without surrendering privacy. A corner shelf smoothed by hands directs you where to set a bowl. A peg with a lighter patch of wall below it suggests a popular hanging spot for something that dripped gently, perhaps a water skin or a strainer. Functions whisper, and you don't ask them to shout. Amid seasonal rhythms the river reminds the city who's senior partner. In flood time low paths step back with good manners, reed mats reroute traffic, and raised platforms for stores earn their pay by staying dry with a smug grin. When water's thin, sandbars host gatherings and repairs, and children turn every little channel into a kingdom with rules invented after lunch. The mainstream environmental story anchors the city to water's moods, while debates continue over how much seasonal change shaped longer shifts in settlement focus. Beyond the wall, fields run in smart stripes, higher for millet, lower for rice, border ditches doubling as irrigation and habitat for frogs that provide a free concert at dusk. Paths between beds tell how many feet pass by based on how compressed their profiles are, and you pace one with quiet satisfaction at the calculus under your boots. This is urbanism that honors dirt's opinion. A quirky, lovable trace returns on a discarded sherd whose interior holds the imprint of a woven bag that once lined it. Somebody made an emergency container and clay remembered the hack. Meanwhile, the city's memory keeps its own tools, nothing like heavy writing on stone but everything like repeatable tallies. Knotted cords, paired pebbles, carved notches on sticks. Quiet accounting that ensures seed and bronze and textiles circulate without sorrow. Mainstream scholars remain careful here because hard evidence for specific systems is thin, and historians are still debating whether shoe bureaucrats preferred perishable records that escape our eyes or durable ones we simply haven't read correctly yet. Sometimes a long roofline acts like a weather report, channeling monsoon rain to a cistern while keeping courtyard workrooms comfortable. You follow a glazed drip path into a jar with a narrow neck and a wide belly, and your attention warms to the humble genius of water management. No drama, just steady, staged sips for a city that knows thirst better than impatience. The jar carries a maker's stamp in the form of 3 carefully spaced fingertip dents near the shoulder. A small flourish that says, "I was here. I like this rhythm." Elsewhere sound writes a map as reliable as any plan. Reed wind hisses along the moat. Wooden pestles thump grain into polite compliance. A dog barks at a crane and then pretends it didn't. And from a distant workshop, a chorus of bellows whispers a rhythms that your ears translate into almost ready. You walk with this soundtrack playing and realize how city life is measured not only by walls and roads, but by loops of noise that mark the hours without counting them out loud. Further along the canal, a wooden bridge rises just enough to let boats pass, its planks dark with polish from 1,000 crossings. You pause to watch a young portage team move a bundle of reeds destined to become mats that keep feet out of mud. And one worker improvises a joke by wearing a reed crown for 3 steps before a friend takes it back with a grin. Humor works like lacing in this city, tying tasks into something that feels shared rather than heavy. Softening light brings lanterns out, their frames simple and their shades thin, and the river steals enough of their glow to turn the bank into a polite invitation. Evening meals travel in bowls that breathe steam like friendly weather, and the air picks up notes of herbs that make every neighborhood feel like a promising decision. Nobody writes a menu, but the city cooks in patterns, and your palates of memory start keeping their own records even if today's names for plants won't survive into. Morning translation. Nearby, a stretch of rammed earth wall exposes its construction like geology performed by people. Thin lens after thin lens of compacted clay, each lift the height of a careful wrist motion. Impressions of formwork boards show in stripes, and a rare embedded straw stalk points diagonally like a compass trapped mid-adventure. Mainstream building knowledge confirms the technique's strength against water and time, while a debate lingers. Did the wall carry a timber parapet for patrolling or simply a modest crest to turn rain? Historians are still debating, and the missing timbers keep their counsel. Down a service lane, small pits hold refuse that future labs will love. Fish scales that light a sieve like confetti, fruit seeds relaxed into the shape of sleep, little insect parts that tell a clean story about storage conditions. You watch a bucket tip into a water tank for flotation and think of how many meals must have contributed to a single liter of wet, dancing history. Quirky lesson of the night. One charred nut can carry enough detail to change the date on a whole conversation about harvest timing. Over at the river gate, the city rehearses its manners with strangers, the kind of doorway where arrive and depart are polite twins. Barges with high ribs nudge in, unload bundles that smell of pine or distant wetlands, and load simply with gratitude and goods. Often pottery, sometimes textile, sometimes the elegant weight of bronze under cloth. Mainstream patterns say this steady exchange binds basins and valleys into a neighborly system, and your smile notes that neighborly systems tend to produce festivals sooner or later because humans enjoy excuses to tidy and gather. Amid domestic corners, a child-sized stool waits near a mortar, its seat polished into a shallow crescent by small fidgeting. Toys here are more suggestion than category. A rounded shard that rolls well, a stick with the right spring, a handful of shells that always sound like vacation when shaken near an ear. You imagine games that teach counting and posture without anyone assigning homework, because the city's curriculum is mostly watch, try, repeat. Beyond the inner neighborhoods, a spacious compound hints at administration without needing nameplates. Larger rooms, orderly storerooms, an open court that could host measured tasks, and at one side a rack with pegs whose spacing invites hanging standardized objects. Maybe tally cords, maybe badges, maybe tools checked out and in with calm. Mainstream inference stays humble. Some activities demand coordination beyond a single household, and built space accommodates that, the only honest flourish. Tonight is a sentence with empty brackets where future findings will fit. Meanwhile, craft specialists drift home past torches, their hands relaxed in that particular way of people who spent a day doing something they know how to do. Potters compare firing notes under breath, textile workers brush lint from sleeves, bronze workers smell faintly of smoke and pride, and a conservator of the present, visiting in your imagination, whispers thanks to every one of them for leaving floors and pits and sherds in patterns that still teach, even when the city sleeps. Sometimes a fragment rewards staring with a bonus chapter. A tile sliver with a cat's paw print sunk into it at a playful angle. Record of a small trespass that a maker likely forgave with a sigh. The paw does not change typology or chronology, but it changes texture. It makes the day warmer, the room brighter, the city more human than any statistic. Your grin arrives with no ticket. Elsewhere on the wall, a series of shallow niches hints at storage or display. Low enough for a child to reach the bottom shelf, high enough that pets would give up trying. Soot shadows suggest lamps once burned here on event nights, and the way the light would have angled across a mask or a jade ring makes your imagination stage a tiny domestic theater. Not grand ceremony, just the pleasure of a thing well made catching a friendly beam. Further downstream, a ferry crossing shortcuts the long walk around the bend, and a ferryman's pole bears notches that count something. Maybe crossings, maybe customers, maybe a personal calendar tuned to his shift. Counting is where bureaucracy and poetry shake hands, and your respect rises for the quiet arithmetic under daily life. In a place that tracks seasons by horizon and chores by habit, notches still feel like commitment. Quietly, the night reassigns roles. The plaza that hosted baskets becomes a place of lingering stories. The lane that carried jars becomes a strip of shadow where crickets conduct a tasteful concert. The workshop that roared turns into a still cradle for tomorrow's energy. City life runs on shifts, and second shift is ambience. A maintenance of calm that resets brains before morning writes its lists again. Finally, the river closes the chapter the way a good host closes an evening, by not making a scene. Surface darkens to the color of graphite, lanterns press small moons into it, and the current flexes with the sort of restraint that says it has elsewhere to be but enjoys this bend. A mainstream truth lands without ceremony. Cities choose rivers and rivers choose cities, and the relationship ages well when both practice ordinary kindness. The debate you tuck under your pillow asks how centralized. The urban plan was palace compound or federated neighborhoods, and historians are still debating with healthy, evidence-based stubbornness while the quiet under your boots votes for a blend. Ordered where it helps, improvised where it doesn't hurt. Mid-afternoon folds itself into the square like a calm blanket, and preparations begin so quietly that the city seems to inhale rather than announce. Baskets appear from doorways, cords are coiled into tidy spirals, and a few careful hands check the ties on a bronze mask whose eyes already have opinions about sunset. In the middle of this gentleness, you practice your role with small movements. Dust off a plank, rehearse a step, adjust the inner padding of the mask the way someone adjusts a collar before a portrait. No drumroll intrudes. The scene prefers the slow kind of suspense, the one where breath lengthens and the street learns your pace by echo. Across the plaza, markers in the packed earth outline a narrow corridor that looks more like choreography than road. Ash from a previous event stains the soil a quiet gray, and a reed mat waits at the starting point, its woven pattern neat enough to serve as a metronome. A conservator from the present would call this spatial memory. A place that knows the moves even when the actors change. You take a test step with the mask in your hands, discover balance before style, and decide that balance is the better teacher tonight. Historians are still debating whether such corridors were permanent or relayed for each sequence. But either way, the ground behaves like an attentive stage manager. Somewhere behind a low wall, attendants unwrap gold leaf as if waking a sleeping sun. The sheets lie thin as breath on lacquered backing, ready to settle on a brow or cheek where the light will love them the most. No one speaks above a murmur. Yet the mood carries the charged politeness of a dressing room before an exacting performance. You hover just long enough to watch a wrinkle smoothed with a brush softer than a sigh. Then step back because the air around precious surfaces prefers fewer lungs. A mainstream note steadies the picture. Foil gilding on bronze is common here. A luminous accent that communicates across a crowd without glare. Not far away, a team tends textiles whose fibers smell faintly of plant and river. Straps knot into geometries that spread weight across shoulders, and liners sit ready to nestle between bronze and skin so nothing pinches during the long, slow turns ahead. A tiny odd detail draws a smile when someone fluffs a padding bundle and it puffs like rising bread. Comfort matters even when ceremony insists on posture. You test a tie with a steady pull, learning that the difference between secure and messy is about the width of a thumbnail. Beneath a temporary awning, musicians warm their tools the way smiths do by listening. Reed flutes practice a scale that prefers gentle curves to leaps. Clay ocarinas test a note and then tuck it away, and a pair of small drums murmurs a heartbeat rather than a march. Rhythm here will be the pulse of a body walking deliberately with a face larger than itself in its hands. Nobody wants bold percussion that steals attention from unblinking eyes. Mainstream knowledge places the region's music in a broad family of simple aerophones and soft drums. Historians are still debating exact instrument forms for shoe performances, but the logic of breath and skin feels timeless. On the far side of the square, a bronze standing figure waits on its pedestal, hands out as if presenting a horizon. Whether its role today is literal or symbolic, the posture teaches your shoulders to imitate calm. Light schemes the figure's folds, and the pedestal whispers about engineering that never asks for applause. A debated thread steps in gently. Were such figures moved for ceremonies or always stationary? Some argue for portability. Others point to weight and mounting that prefer permanence. For tonight's story, the figure acts as witness, an anchor that reminds the scene to stay measured. Between plaza and river, a narrow lane funnels a slow procession into formation. The order borrows sense from storage. Larger masks up front where sightlines will be clearest, smaller ornaments following like commas that keep the sentence breathing. Each person looks straight ahead, not for austerity but for concentration. The trick to holding attention, you learn, is to let the mask do it for you. A child peeks from a doorway and gets a small wave from an aunt who refuses to break count. Everyday life and ceremony coexist like two hands on the same page, turning together without fuss. Already the sky practices its lighting changes, a soft gradient settling behind the wall, while a silver thread of river rehearses reflection. A reed mat runner straightens a corner, then lifts a fray and tucks it under with the care of a barber adjusting a final strand. You perform a micro bow to the mat, partly as a joke, partly because the woven path truly is a co-performer tonight. The quirky fact that delights anyone who pays attention returns. Footprints on woven surfaces leave tidy ovals that record pace like punctuation. Later readers of ground can hear the sentence. Next comes the brief, friendly chaos of adjustment, the part of any ritual that never makes it into legends. A strap slides and is retied. A musician clears a reed by blowing one unromantic raspberry into the dusk. A handler frowns at a listing pole and corrects it by a finger's width. Ceremony in slow motion makes room for these microfixes because perfection is unrealistic and steadiness is enough. Historians are still debating whether specialized guilds controlled each task or communities performed with shared training. Either way, the work lands in hands that know what to do when the wind nudges. Over by the canal, water becomes an extra participant without being asked. A basin serves as mirror for teaching newcomers where to direct their gaze. Align the mask's brow with the reflected line of the western ridge, Hold for a count of 10 pebbles sliding secretly in a pocket, then pivot when the color near the horizon thins from apricot to ash. This is choreography you can learn without reading. Watch, copy, repeat. Perfect for a city that uses light as its most reliable clock. Meanwhile, the first burnish of gold leaf catches dusk like a whisper that decided to shine. Foil placed along lids and brow throws a calm, warm line that, from 40 paces, reads almost like speech. If a gust arrives, hands shelter the edge, and a gentle press reinforces contact without denting dignity. The mainstream purpose holds. Gilding picks out planes the eye must read first. The debated nuance sidles in, was the leaf ever paired with pigment in this city's shows? Traces appear here and there, but agreement prefers caution. Historians are still debating how colorful these faces once were under field light rather than gallery light. Beyond the markered corridor, attendants prepare a low table with orderly objects whose roles are practical, not theatrical. Reeds for signaling, water bowls for balance checks, spare ties for that one knot that always forgets to behave, brushes for last-minute dust. Nothing here claims drama. The point is to make drama unnecessary by removing excuses for clumsiness. A niche pleasure for observant minds emerges when a spare tie reveals a tiny knotted marker like a bead. Counting by touch, not sight, so adjustments can happen without breaking a gaze. Inside the square, an elder walks the route once, twice, 3 times, measuring pace to the length of a breath. This is the metronome the rest of the bodies will borrow. No orders are shouted. Instead, the elder makes a small motion at each corner. Perhaps a raised finger, perhaps a tilt of the chin, that everyone already knows how to read. Mainstream understandings of ritual leadership allow for figures who direct through presence, not command. The debated question lingers. Were such leaders hereditary specialists, elected coordinators, or part-time guides drawn from respected families? Historians are still debating. Evidence points to options, not ultimatums. After a final check of ties and padding, hands slip beneath the mask and lift together. One person carries weight at the jaw, another steadies the crown, a third keeps the pole respectful. The first steps feel like opening a door slowly to avoid squeak. Then the door disappears and the path alone remains. Silence blooms without decree. Neighbors know how to make space the way friends know when a story needs its own oxygen. You keep the pace that the elder marked, and the eyes begin their quiet work, pulling attention like the tide pulls at reeds. Under the margin of the wall, music enters with a hum that swells just enough to make each step feel deliberate without becoming a metronome tyrant. Flutes trace a line that rises and falls no higher than the brow, a gentle ceiling that keeps the audience's attention on faces rather than fancy. Drums brush the air like distant footsteps, reinforcing sensation rather than racing it. A mainstream point clicks into place. Performance here supports presence, not virtuosity. The star is the gaze, and every other sound is scaffolding for stillness. With the corridor reached, the mask pauses at 3 planned points, each aligned with a familiar landmark. A notch in the ridge, a high tree, a cornerstone whose edge sits true north. At each point, the bearer tilts a fraction, then returns to level like a lens testing focus before the photograph. You count heartbeats and notice that the crowd subconsciously matches your tempo. Bodies in step do not require training manuals, only a reason to agree. Historians are still debating whether these alignments signaled seasonal markers or civic affirmations. Tonight they function as shared punctuation that says, "Pay attention together now." From the plaza's far edge, a companion object, the curving branch of a bronze tree, waits on its stand, its leaves and birds still. Light finds it in such a way that vertical and horizontal trade complements for a moment, then go back to their polite corners. You remember the scholarly options: axis of worlds diagram, stage prop for seasonal stories, or both, a diagram that also performs. When the mask approaches this branch, the two pause in a handshake of surfaces. No speech explains the connection. The eyes regard the upward reach, and the audience completes the sentence in their own heads. Later in the sequence, a low, carefully managed fire contributes heat without smoke, the practical kind used to seal, not to scorch. Resin warmed in a small bowl sends a citrus-like breath into the air. More workshop than temple, more maintenance than miracle. A brush touches a seam gently, then withdraws. Nothing overtly transforms, and that is the point. Transitions can happen without spectacle if the community knows the steps. Mainstream parallels exist in many places where maintenance and meaning share a bench. Historians are still debating whether such treatments took place before, during, or after public moments. Traces and deposits argue softly for around. Along the river path, a second procession joins with objects of jade and ivory, carried in hands that cradle rather than display. Their movement is smoother than the masks because weight is friendlier, but their role is supporting chorus rather than lead melody. At a designated spot, bearers pivot inward, forming a ring whose diameters human bodies measure better than ropes. You take your place between gold's glow and jade's breath, and the proximity changes your sense of temperature in a way that has nothing to do with degrees. Ensemble presence proves itself more persuasive than any single voice. Toward twilight's densest blue, the square reaches the held breath moment that stories always compress into a single line. Here, slow motion takes over. A performer lifts the mask barely higher than before, tilts toward that notch in the ridge, and holds until the first star braves the thinning band. Every neck in the plaza agrees to stand still. A reed sighs and then thinks better of it. The star succeeds, and the mask gently returns to level. A debated interpretation edges in, is this sky reading a schedule cue or a symbol of attentiveness as a civic ideal? Historians are still debating. Your chest votes for both without needing to win an argument. Finally, the sequence turns toward completion, which is not an ending so much as a landing. The corridor guides you back to the low table, where ties loosen without haste and the mask settles onto padding like a guest who has earned the right to sit first at dinner. A small cloth, soft as a nap in summer, covers the face to keep dust polite. People exhale laughter that had been holding its jacket at the door. Jokes blossom with restraint, the way water returns to its own level after being briefly cupped in hands. A mainstream truth about public rights returns. Shared experiences close with shared relief, and that feeling is part of the function. Before the city disperses, one more motion asks for patience. A cache of objects, bronze, jade, ivory, gold, moves to a prepared place where Earth's profile shows careful layers. No vocabulary of drama joins the crew. The actions read like harvest storage or year-end accounting. Orderly, practiced, mindful. Heat touches certain surfaces briefly, enough to alter, not to ruin. Placement follows a logic of arcs and pairs. Cover returns in stages until the ground looks like it did hours ago. The label you borrow is structured deposition, a phrase that keeps good manners with evidence. Historians are still debating motive, closure of a cycle, reorganization, or something we do not yet have words for. But the choreography is legible even when the script remains private. Around the edges of the square, conversations restart with the gentle speed of water released from a gate. A vendor hands a cup of something warm to a tired drummer. A child imitates the mask's tilt with a wooden spoon as a substitute for a pole. A neighbor tells a cousin, "Same time next season." With a grin that says calendar without requiring a wall, you drift through these details and store them as the honest texture of public life. The ritual may carry large themes, but it lives because small kindnesses keep its logistics alive. Closing time for light arrives on silent feet, and the river obliges by producing a ribbon wide enough to carry the last reflections home. Trays return to shelters. Ties coil into their spirals. The bronze branch resumes stillness, neither more nor less important than it was 2 hours earlier, which is its favorite state. In your head, footnotes line up like polite ducks. Mainstream anchors, late 2nd millennium BCE, curated pits, piecemeal bronzes, delightful oddities, beat count timing systems, matte-printed footprints, resin that smells like citrus. Ongoing debates, function of masks in performance versus display, meaning of celestial alignments, motives for large deposits. Everything fits without crowding. The ceremony in slow motion resists the urge to explain itself with fireworks. It invites attention, then keeps the invitation for next time. Starlight runs a quiet finger down the tallest object in the room, and the bronze sacred tree answers by holding still, the way a lighthouse holds still while every wave around it decides what kind of mood to have. Branches rise in disciplined tiers, leaves curl like small sails, and perched birds look outward as if they're on shift. The first time your eyes climb it, the piece feels less like sculpture and more like a patient staircase for attention, something built to lead minds upward without rushing calves or lungs. Around the base, a circular footing keeps the whole ambition honest, and your hands, kept a safe distance, promise. Instinctively measure how socket joints kiss mortises, how collars sit, how joints trust each other. No thunder announces importance. The tree simply stands, tall enough that your thoughts adjust their posture before your back remembers to. Legends may be someone else's word, but in a workshop city that watches seasons the way bakers watch ovens, a tall branching thing makes practical sense without borrowing fireworks from stories. A vertical axis organizes space. Ground here, middle there, above beyond. Tiers concentrate, meaning the way shelves concentrate jars. When the audience gathers, a high object offers sight lines without elbows. When people walk with it, height becomes message even for neighbors standing behind neighbors. Mainstream readings keep 3 themes in play: order, cycle, and display, because those arrive on schedule in every place that farms, casts, and plans. Historians are still debating how much the tree diagrammed a worldview and how much it functioned as a piece of event furniture. And you find the middle lane comfortable, a tool that also says something. Closer inspection turns admiration into ergonomics. Branch collars wrap a central trunk with the calm of good carpentry translated into bronze. Sockets receive tenons with tolerances that feel like a handshake practiced by 2 respectful people. Tiny keyed tabs, there and there, keep assemblies from twisting out of alignment when a curious breeze decides to join rehearsal. Surface details play speed control for light. Textured leaves slow glare. Smooth twigs invite a slender highlight to travel. Perched birds catch a dot of brightness right where an eye expects a pupil. The lovely oddity that makes conservators grin is the way certain breaks reveal interior thicknesses like topographic lines. Slightly thicker where stress lives, slightly thinner where elegance deserves the stage. That modulation may be calculation or inherited habit. Either way, it reads as care. Somewhere in your mind a build sequence unfolds, and the room obliges with fragments that still carry workshop fingerprints. A team shapes a model in clay, takes section molds, builds a core on a simple scaffold, and then reassembles the outer shells around the core with spacers to hold the gap. Runners sneak metal into fins and leaves. Risers feed hungry corners that cool too quickly. Vents give the heated air a courteous exit. After breakout, chisels re-establish edges. Files trim spurs. Abrasives coax a satin that will cradle gold or welcome shadow depending on the duty roster. A branch is not a rod. It's a conversation of curves, and when you trace one in air, your wrist discovers the vocabulary. Bend, flare, taper, perch. Memory adds a second sequence, the one where the tree doesn't live alone. On a raised platform or along a procession route, it pairs with masks whose eyes work like spotlights you don't have to plug in. A bearer approaches, pauses, turns the face toward an upper tier, and the crowd translates angle into sentence. The tree returns the favor by giving height to moments that would otherwise disperse into sky. Nobody needs a speech to understand up. Mainstream logic says that clarity is the best technology in public space. A tall, tidy diagram is clarity made visible. Historians are still debating whether the tree traveled often or mostly stayed put. Fittings allow both stories, and the fragments that suggest tether points keep the conversation polite. Design choices keep whispering reasons. 3 main tiers, often reconstructed that way, let planners stack gestures. Lower for near bodies, middle for shared attention, upper for sky-facing hints that a city track cycles larger than a workweek. Birds, placed like sentries, stabilize the feel of each level without demanding interpretation. Leaves create a halo that softens the geometry of arms, so the whole does not look like a tool, even though it is engineered like one. Where gold survives, it favors tips and margins that gain the most from small flashes. Where bare bronze rules, the tone shifts to olive and ink under lamplight, and the piece becomes a lesson in shadow. A tree that teaches patience might be the best kind for a square that prefers listening. Branches explain physics without worksheets. Cantilever too far and gravity takes offense. Keep the mass near the trunk and every joint lives longer. The makers clearly rehearsed this. Arms emerge, curve, and rise with arcs that keep center of mass cozy. And birds sit where birds would sit in nature when they don't wish to fall. You test an imaginary lift with both hands and discover that the structure offers natural grips where collars meet limbs. Not by accident, but because hands and metal learned each other well during construction. That is the sort of practical kindness that turns an object into a partner rather than a chore. Scale always changes manners. Standing before a tree that likely reached the height of a doorway and a half, you feel your own stride adjust to something like gallery pace even outdoors. Large isn't merely impressive. Large is legible from the far edge of a crowd. A taller diagram earns wider influence, which is economics of vision as much as anything. Mainstream discussions of public gear return to this point often. Visibility equals reliability. The debated line is about how often the full height stood assembled versus being kept in transportable pieces, and you sympathize with both readings, grand once in a while, modular most days. Across the base, a ring or stepped foot spreads weight like a thoughtful friend spreads a heavy conversation over tea rather than a text. Some reconstructions show curled elements. Dragons to some eyes, abstracted energy to others, twining around the lower stage. Whatever names people give them, the job description remains clear. Widened stance, dampened tremor, please the light with curves that catch it kindly. If ropes once stabilized the trunk, their wisdom feels borrowed from boating. Tie high, never straight out, always with give so gusts don't teach brittle lessons. Your affection grows for people who planned for wind and enthusiasm in equal measure. Upward along a central shaft, branch sockets stagger rather than stack directly, giving the tree a spiral energy that you only notice when you walk around it. The profile changes like a phrase played in a different key. Same melody, new flavor. That twist keeps the piece from looking like flat drawings assembled in 3D. It becomes a sculpture teaching you that movement can live inside stillness if you borrow rotation from the act of seeing. Audience members who make a half circle to follow a performer probably absorb that spiral without naming it and leave thinking something felt alive without knowing why. Craft talk returns when your eyes find seams and reworked edges. A file mark that tapers to silence along a leaf's edge shows a maker who knew how to arrive and depart without leaving footprints. A chisel line that doubles back on itself near a bird claw reveals a correction made by someone who refused to accept okay when better was available. Leaf veins, whether incised or cast slightly proud, do the sensible thing by hiding mold partition lines in plain sight. An engineering choice disguised as ornament. These are not secrets, just small kindnesses from one patient person to everyone else. Edges of breaks, when visible, turn X-ray. You learn wall thickness in a glance. Heavier at joints, finer at flourish. And the cross-sections show how a branch pretends to be solid while being hollow enough to respect gravity and casting realities. Micro-CT in modern labs confirms that the inside geography tracks the outside, thickening where elbows and roots might feel stress. Historians are still debating whether such distribution grew from formal calculation or came from iterative craft memory. Your own vote isn't important. The bronze won that election by standing up for millennia with quiet confidence. Underfoot, a ring of field stones or a timber frame might have cushioned the base during setup, protecting both floor and foot. The best reconstructions borrow this idea because wood loves to absorb impatience in ways bronze doesn't. If the tree ever traveled across reed mats, you can picture bearers checking each join, then each step, then each breath, a triple rhythm that keeps drama from happening for the wrong reasons. Practical routines are the real magic here. They hide peril so well that onlookers never realize how many shoulders and fists and lungs made effortless possible. Stories about trees often drift toward grand abstractions elsewhere, but your version prefers chores and calendars. A vertical diagram maps tasks onto time. Pruning equals editing, blooming equals announcement, fruit equals distribution, falling leaves equal rest. Read that onto a city's year and the bronze becomes a season clock as much as a sculpture. Early events near the lower tier, mid-season at the middle, late gestures up high where the cool air lives. Mainstream interpretations orbit this idea without locking onto one orbit. The safest phrasing remains that tiers help organize action. Debates gather with friendly elbows. One camp sees an axis, a backbone for mapping earth to sky in polite lines. Another camp sees a stage device with portable charisma. A third sees both without protest. Some argue that birds at branch tips point to favored times of year when certain migrants return. Others caution against aiming modern bird knowledge too confidently back in time. Historians are still debating. Patience, thankfully, loves debates that stay close to evidence and far from certainty sold wholesale. Meanwhile, surface treatments invite the light to do things eyes appreciate. Gold leaf at select edges creates fine halos at dusk. Bare bronze under morning behaves like wet bark. A hint of pigment on a bird's ridgeline might once have helped a dot turn into a pupil from a distance. Traces are small, but small is enough. Theater learned long ago that modest emphasis placed in precise spots outruns exuberant decoration spread thin. The fun niche observation comes from scratch patterns. Some leaves show microabrasion at exactly the height a steadying hand would reach when the piece moved. Practicality writes its name with tiny strokes. Experiments in the present attempt rebuilds with respectful materials. Clay recipes are tested until shrinkage behaves. Cores get mixed with chaff until breath can leave without tantrums. Pores find the sweet angle where stream is fast enough to fill slender leaves and slow enough to avoid turbulence at collars. Replica branches, even when not mounted to full height, teach wrists humility and shoulders new manners. An odd, cheering detail pops up repeatedly. A thin rind of vitrified clay peels from mold interiors after cast, glittering like a delicate glaze that nobody asked for but takes anyway as a trophy. Comparisons with neighboring centers remind you that tall symbolic architecture is not unique, but the Sanxingdui flavor is distinctive, sculpture forward, face forward, tree forward, versus the inscription-heavy practice seen to the northeast. Where one tradition writes with vessels and lines you read with eyes, this one writes with silhouettes and lines you can walk around. The mainstream point remains consistent. Shared technologies, distinct stagecraft. Cross-pollination likely happened along river routes, but local taste kept asserting itself with charming stubbornness. Placement during public moments shows in the way crowds make room in your head. A tree in a corner whispers. A tree on axis speaks calmly. A tree against a sky band sings. If footings align with a plaza's long edge, movement flows elegantly around the trunk. If set near a platform, it partners with people rather than towering over them. You rehearse a few positions mentally and discover that the piece does its best work when given not only space but air, breathing room for light and for stillness to ferment into attention. Ritual, if you let the word mean rehearsal plus meaning, thrives on reliable props. The tree and the masks share a grammar. Big shapes, quiet lines, positions that carry across distance. In your scene, a procession arrives, pauses beneath, and performs a tilt that acknowledges height without kneeling to it. Then hands set smaller objects, jade rings, ivory arcs, at key cardinal points around the base. The geometry isn't secret. It's public courtesy. Mainstream descriptions of structured deposition, later in pits, echo the same love of order. Nothing here feels random when people have trained their eyes to see tidy. Care during storage is its own ceremony. Collars get wrapped, joints get tagged with orientation marks that tell future hands which side likes which neighbor, and a modest humidity buffer keeps bronze from making new friends it doesn't need. Whenever the tree rests disassembled, attendants store birds in trays where beaks and tails don't satisfy their urge to poke anyone. Leaf clusters nest in foam that remembers their curves. An odd, endearing detail appears in a notebook marginalia. Someone sketches a branch and writes, "Don't stack more than 3, which is as loving as a lullaby for metal. Later, the object's modern life plays out in galleries and labs where cranes and careful mounts replace poles and shoulders. A high room helps the piece remember its preferred atmosphere. Lighting that grazes rather than blasts returns the textures to the foreground. A circumferential walkway lets visitors do what ancient audiences did without a director. Circle, pause, look up, and edit their breath to match what their eyes just decided. Museums that allow even a slim view of sky nearby give the bronze the partner it wants, and people leave calmer than they arrived because verticals have that effect. Nightfall in the city of your imagination puts the tree to bed in place rather than in a crate. A cloth slips over birds the way fog slips over roof tiles. A final check of wedges at the base confirms the day did not loosen anything. A whispered good night does not pretend to be a spell, just a habit that makes caretakers gentler. Around the corner, masks drowse under their own covers, and somewhere across the square, reed mats have printed a faint path in the dirt that will still be there at breakfast. Order sleeps. It never goes off duty. Tomorrow's plans include measuring tiny deformations under controlled loads, scanning for internal stresses that don't need drama, and practicing sentences that tell visitors why a tree made of metal can feel like a living diagram of attention. Mainstream anchors stay at the ready late 2nd millennium BCE piece mold casting habits, curated deposits with big-ticket ensembles, while open questions keep their chairs pulled out. How often it moved, which festivals counted on it, what exact mixture of symbolism and logistics lived in its shadow. Historians are still debating in the friendliest sense of the word, and you, after one more look upward, sign on happily to the slow club that keeps looking up without expecting the bronze to blink first. Inside the lab tent, machines hum like courteous crickets, and sample bags rustle with the small dignity of mail from the past. Trays line up as neatly as a choir waiting for pitch, and your gloves squeak against polyethylene a little too loudly, so you slow your hands and let the room set the tempo. Benches hold pipettes, beakers, and labels written in the careful handwriting of people who know tomorrow's brain might not remember today's shorthand. A bronze fragment rests beneath foam bumpers as if the tray were a shallow harbor. A curl of charcoal sits beside it like a dry comma. Nothing raises its voice. The instruments will do the speaking after the samples get to tell the first part of their story, and you are here to listen without interrupting. Charcoal carries time the way a tree carries rain rings. Quietly, internally, faithfully enough that even a thumb-sized fleck can anchor a season. Tweezers lift a fragment into a vial. An acid bath banishes carbonates that would lie about age, and a final rinse reads like a sigh of relief. The lab's AMS will later count atoms so immodestly small that you can't imagine them without laughing at yourself. Calibrated curves transform raw radiocarbon into calendar years that sit comfortably in the late 2nd millennium BCE, right where the site's heartbeat has been pulsing through your nights. A mainstream point lands with clean shoes. Sanxingdui's big deposits belong to that horizon when other centers in the northeast also vibrate with metal and meaning. Historians are still debating the exact spread within those centuries. The difference between decades and generations matters when you're building narratives. But the charcoal keeps everyone honest when adjectives try to sprint ahead. Profiles of the pits get their moment on the whiteboard. Colored pencils standing in for layers of soil you met by lamplight. Burned bands sit like page markers. Pale ash caps finish sentences. And a Bayesian model hums under a graduate student's breath as she stacks dates with stratigraphy until the curve stops wobbling. Sequence matters more than a single glamorous number. A late piece under an early layer would make a fuss. But tonight everything behaves, and your shoulders unclench. A debated elbow nudges the conversation anyway. Were these features filled in single, highly choreographed events, or did the community return periodically, adding chapters to the same whole with a rhythm the ground doesn't always reveal? Historians are still debating, and you hold both possibilities in your pocket like two coins that pay for different snacks. Scanners warm up with the modest pizzicato of a cooling fan, and the micro-CT cradle slides a bronze ear ornament under an X-ray beam that never raises its voice. Slices appear on a monitor as elegant gray donuts. Wall thickness thickening at stress points, thinning toward grace. A seam hiding in plain sight. A ghost of clay core dust that settled where it had every right to. Engineers in the room smile because the bronze confirms their hunches. This is not brute force casting. This is tailored architecture. The odd fact that never gets old pops up again. A lost insect wing, trapped during the original pour, leaves a paper-thin negative that looks like a signature from summer. Alloy stories come next, measured with handheld XRF that beeps in polite syllables. Spectra step onto the screen like barcodes of personality. Strong copper backbone, generous tin for crispness, seasoning of lead in places where flow through narrow gates would otherwise sulk. You jot the ratios down with the satisfaction of someone cataloging recipes. Masks often show tin in the mid to high teens, with lead as a quiet assistant. Branches and delicate curls flirt with higher lead for confidence through capillaries. The mainstream melody is steady. The city's workshops tune the alloy to the task. The debate around method stays neighborly. Piece mold seems say one thing, audacious curves suggest lost wax flirtations, and hybrid recipes hover between. Historians are still debating how often the toolkit mixed traditions on purpose versus by necessity. Isotopes, those soft-spoken fingerprints, take the stage when lead provenance joins the party. Ratios of 206 pb/204 pb and friends line up like coordinates on a map that refuses to be literal, pointing toward or families rather than a single hillside. Mixing both ancient, when scrap returns to the pot, and modern, when soils lend whispers, complicates any straight arrow from object to mine. The honest conclusion tastes like river water, trade flows in braided channels, and your bronzes probably carry more than one source in their veins. That's a mainstream caution you can sleep on. Historians are still debating which corridors fed the city with copper and tin most reliably. Southwest uplands, distant belts, or smart relays that made long trips unnecessary, and the isotopes nod without picking favorites. Metallography turns a polished cross-section into a night sky of dendrites and grains. Under reflected light, chord structures reveal cooling speeds. Annealing softens borders where hammers later coaxed surfaces smoother. Microvoids huddle where risers may have run out of enthusiasm. You adjust the fine focus and the field resolves into geometry you can feel in your wrist, the geometry of heat that decides the future of a curve. The niche delight is counting chill lines that read like tree rings of metal. Each quench and reheat a chapter in a biography that never learned to brag. Residues whisper secrets that metal can't keep. A flake from a gilded brow dissolves into a small bottle, and GCMS plots a forest of spikes that a chemist reads with the pleasure of a conductor studying a score. Lacquer polymers wave from the peaks, urushiol cousins hinting at sap from lacquer tree. A practical adhesive that would hold gold leaf through seasons and audiences. Plant oils raise hands, too, with fatty acid ratios that suggest smoothing and maintenance rather than feasting. The mainstream takeaway is refreshingly unsensational. People used sensible, available binders to make shine behave. Historians are still debating whether pigments, reds, blacks, ever shared the stage with leaf in performance. Trace hints exist, but not enough to dye the whole room beyond cautious phrases. Microscopic bits of everyday life assemble themselves on sieve cloths like shy confetti. Phytoliths shaped like rice paddies, tiny glass sculptures, millets' characteristic signatures, and starch grains with hilum scars that a specialist can identify faster than anyone should be able to. Each piece becomes a syllable in the city's pantry. A charred seed smaller than punctuation wins the night by arriving in the sample with perfect ridges intact. You grin because this is the kind of humble triumph that keeps science humming. Mainstream archaeobotany anchors diet as mixed cereals in the period. The quirky add-on is that one kernel carries a scorch pattern that looks like a galaxy under the microscope, and the lab takes a photo just to share joy. Bones, cleaned and measured, offer veterinary whispers alongside culinary ones. Cut marks and burn patterns speak to cooking styles and disposal routines. Stable isotopes in collagen sketch where animals grazed and what plants they preferred. Species profiles round out husbandry habits that treat pigs as neighbors, dogs as colleagues, and deer as occasional guests. The point is never gore. It's logistics, the how of feeding a city that also builds bronze trees. A mainstream truth strolls through. Protein sources diversify as populations and plans require. The debate sticks its landing by asking whether certain feasts correspond to certain ritual calendars. Historians are still debating timing with admirable restraint while the spreadsheet takes another deep breath. Tusks curve across the analytical docket with a grace that ignores plastic foam. Schreger lines in cross-section behave like folded fans, and their angles distinguish elephant from mammoth with a confidence that feels like etiquette rather than accusation. Strontium and oxygen isotopes add travelogues, the mineral taste of water from different geologies writing themselves into dentine. The mainstream conclusion is as soft as a reed. Some ivory came from far, some from nearer, all carried through networks that trusted the city to treat gifts or trade with seriousness. Historians are still debating which routes mattered most and whether acquisition was steady trickle or occasional surge, and tonight the numbers simply recommend patience. Wood, even when reduced to charcoal, still remembers its tree. Anthropology identifies species by the shape of vessels and rays in brittle cross-sections. Local flora gain representation that pollen alone would smear. A pattern emerges: fuel woods chosen for heat curves that favor steady furnaces, construction timbers chosen for straight grain and agreeable behavior in damp air. The odd fact that feels like an inside joke arrives when a charcoal fragment reveals fungal hyphae that invaded the tree before it became fuel. The city burned wood with a prehistory. Mainstream environmental reconstruction nods. The basin offered forests generous enough to supply both craft and kitchen without running a tab the land couldn't pay back in time. Pollen grains flowed in from cores that bookend the site, each a tiny sculpture with armor good enough to keep secrets for centuries. Under the microscope, counts shift in ratios that track wetlands waxing or fields pushing outward. Your mind overlays read density with pathway logic and realizes why certain lanes preferred certain seasons. A mainstream lesson lands softly. Landscapes are co-authors. Cities publish with them, not on them. Historians are still debating how quickly river courses swerved during the relevant centuries. Small changes can look like large ones when you only see snapshots, and palynology keeps everyone cautious with confidence intervals rather than plot twists. Magnetism makes a cameo in a corner of the lab where burned earth cubes wait in labeled trays. Archaeomagnetic directions point like shy compasses, and when reference curves exist, they play calendar partner to radiocarbon, offering cross-checks that sleep even better together than alone. Precision, truth be told, is modest here. The reward is triangulation, the comfort of two different methods nodding. The quirky favorite is that a pit's reddened floor remembers which way north lived on the day it cooled. A memory you can't extract with a trowel but can borrow with an oven and a magnetometer. Proteins step forward when DNA doesn't want to leave the party coatroom. Collagen fingerprints, zooms, hum their barcodes from tiny bone scrapings, assigning species with the politeness of a librarian. Keratin fragments from a stray fiber hint at textiles that refused to survive in the macro but left a calling card in the micro. The mainstream utility is elegance itself. Minimal sampling, maximal sorting. Historians are still debating how widely to deploy such methods in contexts where destructive analysis must tiptoe. Ethics keep time here like a metronome nobody turns off. Replicas in an outdoor corner cool beside a real breeze, proving that recipes on paper can become shapes in air. Clay mixed with chaff keeps molds forgiving. Cores vent better when a pinhole the width of a thin grass stem is left near a collar. Risers sized like a careful ladle pour feed thin leaves without tantrums. When the cast succeeds, modern wrists learn old lessons with a startled smile. Elegant doesn't mean fragile. Thin can mean strong if the curve wants to help. The odd footnote is a single, stubborn bubble that prints on every test until someone discovers the mold huffs at a barely visible concavity. And a wooden peg fixes 3 days of philosophy in 10 seconds. Models, the graph kind, not the clay kind, take their turn on a laptop that survived field dust through sheer self-respect. Oxcal Windows layer sequences, outlier analysis tugs a stray date toward plausible, and the combined curve leans back into that familiar centuries band where the city's gifts live. A mainstream rhythm reasserts itself. Coherence is more satisfying than precision when you're writing for sleep, and the story functions well with ranges rather than timestamps. Historians are still debating whether a wiggle-matched charred timber can sharpen the scene enough to declare early versus late with confidence. And the lab votes, perhaps. But let's keep our verbs gentle. Taphonomy throws reality onto the table like a friendly referee. Surfaces corrode according to soil chemistry. Bronze disease needs supervision and kindness. Gold leaf shifts under humidity changes. Ivory size if air gets churlish. Deposition sequence matters because lower layers carry the weight of those above in both literal and narrative senses. The mainstream picture stays grounded. Structured, intentional burial reads from pattern as much as from glamour. The debate keeps its chair. Were breaks preparatory gestures of retirement or the aftershocks of time and pressure? Historians are still debating, and the fragments themselves don't mind. They have already decided to last. Conservation, practiced here like a quiet craft, treats objects less as patients and more as colleagues. Chloride testing catches trouble before bronze decides to flower uninvited. Benzotriazole sits in the toolkit like a shield that knows when to step in. Reversible adhesives, paraloid and friends, behave like promises. What we do today can be undone tomorrow. The mainstream ethic is simple enough to write on a lunch bag. Minimum intervention, maximum respect. The oddity that charms everyone is the way tiny brushes develop personalities. A certain sable tip earns the nickname Peacemaker because it calms flaking just by arriving. Ledgers stare back from the database with the calm of ship's logs. Provenience numbers are GPS in code, and without them, the romance of an object collapses into a pretty orphan story nobody can responsibly tell. Photogrammetry files sit beside condition reports, and a 3D scan of the bronze standing figure waits for a curator to build a digital room around it. The mainstream reminder moves gently but firmly. Care is paperwork plus patience. Historians are still debating the best public interfaces for deep data, how to make nuance friendly without flattening it, and the screens blink as if volunteering to help. Screens, when they behave as windows rather than mirrors, let the city speak beyond glass. A mask rotates slowly on a monitor without drama. A slider reveals CT layers like pages in a flipbook. A timeline zooms from centuries down to years and politely back out again. None of this replaces the hush of the actual object, but it distributes attention to more people in more places. A mainstream observation with a bedtime smile states the obvious. Access is a kindness. The quibble that scholars wrestle with stays on the table. How much interpretation to embed before curiosity loses its appetite? Historians are still debating, and so are comment sections, but the eyes on the screen keep their calm. Quirks make the workday human. Someone tapes a paper circle over the loud switch on a fume hood to prevent jump scares before breakfast. Someone else keeps a jar of lucky binder clips for days when labels misbehave. A third person swears the GCMS runs better after the instrument hears two sincere compliments. None of this appears in reports, and all of it keeps the lab from turning into a monastery. The oddest true thing you learn is that one microspatula, missing for weeks, was living happily inside the pocket of the field jacket you only wear when it's cool enough to look serious. Patterns emerge slowly until they suddenly feel inevitable. Alloy trends, toolmark habits, leaf placement conventions, deposition choreography. The city's handwriting becomes legible enough that you could recognize it in a lineup without a lawyer. The mainstream victory here is modest and real. Details add up to voice. Historians are still debating the size of the choir, how many workshops, how many competing styles, but agreement grows that Sanxingdui speaks with accents you can now tell apart from other centers without raising the volume. Timing returns like a careful friend. Radiocarbon brackets, archaeomagnetism nods, contextual checks all hum the same late bronze melody. Events collect into either one noble cadence or a series of well-rehearsed recurrences. A cautious phrase earns its place in your notebook. Episodic within a stable window. The debate enjoys that kind of sentence because it holds space for evidence not yet on the table. Historians are still debating, and you feel your pulse slow because not knowing everything is allowed after dinner. Reversibility needs its own paragraph because bedtime brains love promises. Consolidants must back out the door if future minds find better ideas. Codings must age with humility and let new tests talk through them. Mounts must support without squeezing, grip without owning. The mainstream ethic loops back for a bow. Conserve for tomorrow's questions, not yesterday's tastes. The quirky case you secretly adore is a mount maker who builds in a micro-adjuster just so a mask can tilt its head by half a degree when the lighting designer discovers a better angle. Ethics sits beside the sample rack like a steady friend with tea. Destructive analysis isn't a villain, but it has to earn its keep. Tiny shavings, transparent justifications, clear storage of leftovers for future tests. Communities who lend heritage to science deserve updates, not summaries. Visitors deserve captions that say "we're unsure" as comfortably as they say "we know." A mainstream professional habit becomes a personal one. Write uncertainty with kindness. Historians are still debating the perfect ratio of access to protection, and the lab keeps its door open to that debate without letting dust in. Comparisons with the Northeast become duet rather than contest. Oracle bones write in strokes and cracks. Shoe bronzes write in eyes and branches. Lead isotopes overlap. Alloy recipes rhyme. But stagecraft differs, which is the fun of living in a big neighborhood. The mainstream lesson feels like a bedtime story moral without the scolding. Cousins share tools and invent different toys. Historians are still debating which toys crossed the yard and which stayed home, and fences made of rivers and mountains keep their say. Rhythms of data acquire a music you start to anticipate. Calibrations settle into phrases, spectra into chords, CT layers into arpeggios of thickness. Nobody claps, but smiles pass across faces at the same measure, right after an outlier cooperates. Right when a ratio lands exactly where experience predicted. The odd fact that maps onto your own breathing is that good labs get quieter when good news arrives. Celebration sounds like pencils and very small yes. Hands, cleaned of powder and ink, return a mask to its cradle with the gentleness of good neighbors carrying a sofa through a narrow door. A final glance checks supports. Foam kissing metal, nothing pinched, straps relaxed, and a cover breathes over gilding like fog over a pond. The mainstream reassurance echoes every previous chapter. Care is choreography. Choreography is culture. Historians are still debating fine points, and the city seems content with that. Your job is to keep the music slow and the touch light. Midnight completes its steady walk across the roof panels, and the generators purr lower as if yawning. Notes close, vials line up, and monitors slip into their own dark with one green LED heartbeat left on duty. Numbers have changed stories tonight, not by flipping the table, but by sanding edges, rounding corners, and fitting chapters together so the river time and the people time rhyme. A last sentence writes itself in your head as you zip the tent. The earth talks softly, instruments translate patiently, and meaning arrives on cat feet. Clear enough to follow, quiet enough to sleep by. Maps unfurl in your head like river silk, and two worlds rise at once. To the northeast, a plain where bronze vessels with sturdy legs and bold reliefs anchor feasts and consultations. To the southwest, a basin of reeds and branching waterways where masks with wide eyes and trees of metal learn to hold a crowd. Distance separates them. Mountains complicate the conversation. And yet the same shine of alloy flickers in both scenes, like cousins exchanging recipes by way of long, patient couriers. Morning starts at the river's edge in Sichuan, and the first thing your boots learn is how water writes the schedule of a city. Afternoon drifts across the central plains, and bronze legs from a 3-footed vessel plant themselves in tamped earth with equal confidence. A walk between these places would take weeks and a talent for pleasant stubbornness. but in imagination you make the commute in a breath. Reeds to wheat, mist to sun, masks to vessels, the same steady craft standing behind different public voices. Across a table of artifacts, the vocabulary becomes visible. Here, ding and gui and zun proclaim function with shapes that read like nouns, containers as grammar. There, masks and standing figures and branching trees speak in faces and silhouettes, presence as grammar. You let your eyes move like translators, noticing how both languages love clarity at distance. Sharp ridges that catch light, planes that carry shadow, edges honest enough to tell a crowd where to look first. A mainstream truth settles calmly. Shared technologies serve distinct agendas. Artifacts tell personality before anyone writes captions. Shang pieces often carry the dense hum of repeating motifs, curls upon curls that make light buzz around a Taotia's roomy forehead and patient mouth. Shu pieces lean into fewer, larger moves, a face whose eyes announce themselves from a field's length away or a bronze tree whose tears stage sightlines as if the whole sky were an audience. Historians are still debating whether this difference reflects divergent ritual philosophies or divergent theater needs. Either way, the lesson feels grounded. Design answers the spaces it speaks in. Oracle bones rustle into the conversation like thin pages of a diary, their carved questions and sooty cracks offering entries from a court that writes its worries in bone and shell. In Sichuan's story, writing has yet to knock loudly on the door in the same period, which doesn't mean quiet sentences never lived there. It only means the pages we've found are different. You hold both truths. One region leaves words that have learned to survive fires and centuries. The other leaves bronze faces that tell moods and calendars without verbs. Historians are still debating whether perishable scripts or mnemonic protocols once lived in Shu and simply slipped through the archaeological net. Language of ritual takes parallel but not identical paths. On the plains, inscriptions can place a vessel in a lineage of hands, with dates and officers wrapped around wine and smoke. In the basin, choreography and objects act as the archive. Masks lifted at dusk, bronze branches assembled and disassembled with care, deposits choreographed with order that reads like punctuation. The mainstream point holds without strain. Ancestor-facing and cycle-facing practices may overlap, and communities shape ritual according to landscape and habit. Nothing requires a clash. Everything suggests a spectrum. Rituals, when you picture them in motion, prefer similar ingredients. Sound to set tempo, light to choose edges, weight managed by well-tied straps and well-placed grips. The difference feels like accent, not contradiction. One city uses vessels as microphones for public address. Another lets faces and trees do the speaking without syllables. You stand at the edge of both squares at once. One framed by earthen walls, one by long roofs, and feel the same hush arrive at the right minute. Historians are still debating how much influence crossed between neighborhoods, but your chest recognizes the universal choreography of attention. Metallurgy bridges the regions like a sturdy footbridge whose planks carry alloy formulas instead of travelers. Piece mold casting stands tall in both stories. Models built, sections lifted, cores set, shells reassembled, molten metal introduced with more patience than drama. Alloy choices sing in similar keys. Copper the melody, tin the crisp harmony, and lead a flexible baritone where thin channels demand cooperation. The mainstream picture is simple enough to keep your breathing slow. Craftspeople across the map solve similar problems with related toolboxes. The debate that livens conference hallways asks which shops experimented with lost wax for certain flourishes. Historians are still debating, and your hands, imagining seams and sprues, accept hybrid possibilities without blinking. Journeys of materials carve sensible paths through mountains and along rivers, and you trace them with a fingertip on an old-school map. Copper from uplands, tin perhaps from belts that wrap farther south and west, ivory marching in corridors of green, jade from venerable sources whose names drift across centuries. Traders don't need to recite epics to move a tusk. They need boats, seasoned knowledge, and friendly stops. A mainstream thread repeats gently. Exchange in the late 2nd millennium BCE is a braided river rather than a single highway. The open question keeps its chair. Direct long hauls or relay systems through neighbor networks. Historians are still debating, and reeds whisper in both directions. Dragons glide across the bronze of the plains with bodies that seem to prefer scrollwork to scales, their curves knitting into cloud and thunder patterns that make the surface buzz. Birds populate the basin's branches with poised calm, a minimalism that allows a single highlight on a beak to stand in for a sentence. Both creatures know how to carry cosmic hints without scaring a practical day. You let the styles sit side by side and enjoy the idea that different regions use different animals to hold the same weather of meaning. Change, watchfulness, energy arranged into order. Masks, when positioned opposite a shangtaotai, behave like a mirror with a kind sense of humor. Both faces are symmetrical enough to please geometry. Both use scale to control attention, and both read cleanly in low light. But where the taotai folds into its vessel, integrating message into container, the Sanxingdui mask chooses independence, a face that can hang, lift, pivot, or rest. The mainstream observation leaves the room tidy. One tradition treats surface as an essay wrapped around use. The other treats the face as the use. Historians are still debating whether there were hybrid objects that crossed the line more than our tidy categories permit. Calendars hide inside architecture. In Anyang's neighborhoods, alignments of foundations and doorways make you suspect someone cared which way light fell in certain weeks. In the basin squares, horizon notches and riverside sightlines turn dusk into a public instrument. You rehearse both habits. Reading shadow inside a courtyard at noon, tilting a mask at the first star near a mountain saddle at evening. The mainstream comfort is that sky awareness belongs to all farming cultures. The debate simply concerns emphasis and stagecraft. Historians are still debating whether specific stars wore regional nicknames that traveled as far as pots and metal. Networks sound different but hum the same note. Cowries show up inland as if seas decided to visit occasionally. Lacquer leaves its shy fingerprint on gilding in multiple theaters. Charcoal tells of similar woods burned for similar tasks. If the two regions were strangers, they were well-informed ones. A mainstream phrase you can keep without anxiety says, interaction without absorption. The caution that pairs with it warns against assuming arrows always point one way in power or influence. Historians are still debating the proportions in that recipe. Music helps both scenes breathe. Bells in one place ring bronze over distances with tight discipline. A grammar of pitches that anchors processions. Flutes and small drums in another place carry breath and skin into the square with intimacy. The point isn't loudness. It's timing. You test a few counts in your head and discover that both cities teach bodies how to agree on pace, which is what public moments depend on. Historians are still debating instrument inventories for shu, and you keep your verbs gentle. Likely flutes, likely skins, likely rhythm that obeys eyes. Craft, up close, plays the same game with edges everywhere. Sharp where light should announce, soft where shadow should glide. A shang vessel's flange and a shu mask's brow both pass the designer's exam for legibility 30 paces out. Mold lines in both traditions find clever hiding places. Under raised ridges, inside incised bands. So the story remains about shape, not seam. The mainstream agreement is satisfying. Elegance like similar tricks wherever it sets up shop. A quirky note that never loses charm appears in both worlds. A fingerprint in clay, a brush bristle sealed under leaf. Tiny autographs from people who didn't forecast museums. Numbers sneak into your notebook even if your heart prefers sketches. Alloy ratios, wall thicknesses, distribution graphs of object types across neighborhoods. These give your comparisons more spine than vibes alone. You notice that both regions tune alloys to task, both deploy big-ticket items in curated contexts, and both record order with a discipline that makes interpreters breathe easier. The mainstream conclusion remains modest. Families of practice overlap. Historians are still debating which specific workshops influenced which others and how far an innovation travels before it gets a new accent. Debates, when they behave, feel like good tea, warm, stimulating, no bitterness. One argument claims direct contact via delegations and gifts. Another chooses the slow burn of ideas riding on trade goods and marriages. A third insists on parallel invention given shared problems. You keep all three on your workbench and try them on like hats at a stall. Historians are still debating, and your favorite line tonight is both and. Because the geography allows more than one path and human creativity rarely sticks to a single lane. Roads in your imagination follow rivers because feet love flat ground and boats love obedience. The Yangtze corridor becomes a thesis you can feel with ankles. Choked passes become footnotes your calves will remember. If you had to carry a delicate bronze bird from the plains to a basin or the other way around, you would choose boats, dry days, and friends who owed you favors at well-spaced docks. Mainstream reconstructions agree. The open question simply asks how continuous those chains were. Historians are still debating whether exchange looked like caravans with schedules or neighbors with good habits. People, not artifacts, move the story between towns. A caster apprenticed in one region might take a spouse and a toolkit to another. A gilder might carry a favorite brush and a recipe for resin. A singer might teach a counting song that helps a new team find the same breath on the same step. You picture such workers as the real diplomats of the Bronze Age. Cheerfully unrecorded because they came home tired and satisfied. The mainstream moral is gentle. Culture travels best in wrists and lungs. Historians are still debating names. Your scene doesn't need them to keep the tempo. Hands meet in your vision over a table where a plain shirred and a gilded mask share space. On one side, a potter from the plains traces a thunder pattern and smiles at the shoe carver's love of smooth-cheeked plains. On the other, the shoe carver appraises the crisp leg of a ding and nods at a trick worth borrowing for a bass ring. Mutual admiration is not required by evidence, but it helps you imagine cooperation without conquest. Mainstream scholarship leaves the door open for such exchanges. The caution is simply not to force a friendship where none existed. Historians are still debating degrees of warmth. You keep the room temperature with a friendly lamp. Margins of both civilizations hold stories that look similar when you tilt your head. Peripheral villages adopt big city styles as badges of participation. Perhaps a small mask fragment in a house far from the core. Perhaps a vessel with a modest motif in a hamlet that wants to sit at the big table. The mainstream pattern writes itself. Influence radiates unevenly along paths of trade and kin. The odd detail that charms fieldworkers is the way local hands edit imported ideas. Add a handle here, reduce an eye ridge there, so the object becomes bilingual. Seasonal charts in your mind overlay like tracing paper. Harvest days ask for ceremonies in both places. New moon or full moon nights are convenient for calling a city to the square. Bright planets earn nicknames that invite poems and practical jokes. You rehearse the same pause in two theaters and find no contradiction. Only two styles of keeping time that would recognize each other's intentions even if they couldn't swap every step. Historians are still debating how closely calendars synced. And your instinct says, close enough to get along. Silences teach, too. Where Anyang leaves bone and shell with carved characters, the basin leaves curated pits where bronze, Jade, gold, and ivory choose rest with a dignity that feels like a closing ceremony. Both are archives. Both require patience. Both resist easy labels. A mainstream consensus has grown comfortable calling Sanxingdui's features structured deposition, which pleases your practical heart because the phrase is descriptive, not judgmental. The caution remains to avoid projecting one region's motives onto the other's artifacts. Historians are still debating the scripts behind each choreography. Gazes keep crossing the table. Atautia's firm stare doesn't blink, but it also doesn't travel. Its home is the vessel. A shoe mask's wide eyes could hang on a frame, ride a pole, watch from a wall. The difference leads to different lighting problems, different storage routines, different kinds of performance. You enjoy that the physics of theater forces interpretive humility. Try to carry a heavy-lidded vessel in a procession and you quickly design a cart. Try to carry a face over uneven ground and your shoulders become engineers. Mainstream observations about function follow easily from such rehearsals. Convergences surprise you in quiet ways. A pair of vessels in the plains displays animal heads at handles that watch the room. A pair of birds in the basin perches at branch tips to watch the sky. Watchfulness is contagious, apparently. In a century where communities need to read seasons and neighbors equally well, you take this as the softest of anchors for comparison. Attention as a civic virtue. Historians are still debating how each region encoded that virtue into objects and motions. Your bedtime version appreciates that both did, and did it well. Legacies arrive in museums where the rooms treat both regions as equals without pretending they said the same thing. One gallery explains inscriptions as voices. The next lets masks explain silence as a different kind of voice. Labels keep verbs calm. Mounts keep angles kind. Visitors cross thresholds and, without being told, slow down at the same pace in both rooms because care has a universal temperature. The mainstream museum lesson is clear. Context plus light turn old craft back into present tense. The quibble remains how much to compare versus how much to let each world breathe alone. Historians are still debating, curators too, and the best shows err on the side of letting objects speak first. Bridges between the worlds get stronger each time new analysis refuses to be tribal. Lead isotopes overlap like Venn diagrams. Casting seams line up with familiar logic. Pigments show up in cautious whispers in both neighborhoods. Wherever hard numbers go, the narrative follows with good manners. The mainstream practice, compare without collapsing, feels like a promise you can keep. The remaining debate belongs to historians who ask how power and prestige traveled along with cups and masks. The truthful answer for tonight is that influence takes many forms, and not all of them wear armor. Evenings in your head end on two riverbanks at once. One broad and deliberate, one braided and conversational. Boats tie up at both. Songs travel across water with the same physics. Families drift home after watching attention shaped into ceremony. Differences don't disappear. They stand politely at the edge of the path and let you pass with a smile. The shared underpinning, the hard work of making, the soft skill of standing still together, goes home in everybody's pockets like a coin whose value does not depend on exchange rates. Finally, the comparison relaxes into a sentence you can fold and put under your pillow. Cousins in bronze, neighbors in time, separate voices in a shared choir. The Northeast writes on bone and metal about what leaders asked and what ancestors answered. The Southwest writes with eyes and branches about what seasons ask and what communities agree to do together. Historians are still debating the harmonies, and that's a feature, not a bug. You turn down the lamp in your mind, listen to two cities breathe across a map that never stopped being a conversation, and step back from the table knowing that bridges are built one careful comparison at a time. Cast, cooled, finished, and put to work without anyone needing to say the word bridge out loud. Night lays a thin glaze across the plain, and the river wears it like a mirror that forgot to blink. Reeds huddle, frogs whisper their soft percussive gossip, and the dig path gleams just enough to make each step feel like a sentence ending in a calm period rather than an exclamation mark. Nothing dramatic announces itself. No cymbals, no thunder. Only a slow rearranging of edges. Banks that were over there are now slightly over here, and the ground, polite as a librarian, hints that things have shifted between one chapter and the next. Somewhere between the old walls and the misted bends, a question waits with its elbows off the table. How does a city as confident as Sanxingdui loosen its grip on the center of the stage and let another place, Jinsha, start clearing its throat? The answer arrives in layers, not slogans. Water speaks first, as water often does on floodplains. Then the soil adds commentary in graded silts. Then the tiny voices, pollen, diatoms, seeds, file their brief reports. You keep your breathing tuned to bedtime while the landscape makes its case without cross-examination. Maps unfold in your head with the neat stubbornness of reed mats. Channels branching like veins, levees rising just high enough to be brave, oxbows lounging like retired commas. The Minjiang and its comrades write in loops and braids rather than straight lines, and the plain edits itself with seasonal confidence. A mainstream truth keeps the pace humane. River avulsions, when a river decides a new path is better than the old one, belong to floodplains the way naps belong to afternoons. The debate keeps a chair open for scale and timing. Was there a single big rerouting, a sequence of quieter detours, or both stitched together? Underfoot, the soil records the minutes better than any secretary. A trench wall near the old neighborhoods shows a tidy stack. Coarse sand laid down in a hurry, silt settling like calm after a squall. Then a thin band of plant bits and quiet ash, the signature of people returning to sweep, mend, and make dinner. That order repeats enough times to become a biography of the ground. A quirky footnote the students love. In one lens, a frog's toe print sits beside a leaf vein as if amphibians and trees signed the flood receipt together. No heroics, just evidence doing its steady job. Back on the riverbank in your mind, a levee fails with neither explosion nor fanfare. Simply a weary sigh when a season's rain runs out of patience. Water finds a weakness, performs a small arithmetic problem, and migrates to lower ground because gravity pays better. The people watching from doorways respond the way people always do. They move things higher, they braid reed mats into emergency bridges, they reroute their weekday habits. A mainstream point lands softly. Cities on plains plan for floods and adapt. Sometimes adaptation means pivoting the address book rather than merely patching the roof. Gently, the idea that disappearance is a little melodramatic starts to settle in. What the story prefers is recentering. The shoe world does not evaporate into myth any more than a river evaporates in spring. It slides like a hand moving from one page to the next. The center of gravity eases toward Jinsha, where the ground stretches fresh tablecloth for ceremonies that look familiar. Masks, jades, orderly deposits, while speaking in a slightly different accent of gold and scale. Historians are still debating whether that glide took decades or generations. Bedtime lets both tempos exist without elbowing. Meanwhile, the earth under Sanxingdui fiddles with its plumbing in ways a modern planner would call non-trivial. Channels that once fed wharves and workshops silt up. New cuts draw traffic toward different slips. Low places refuse to stay politely dry. In stratigraphy that looks like gray fines and brown fines elbowing for position. In daily life, it looks like carts detouring and schedules changing. A mainstream environmental point offers comfort. Landscapes co-author history. The debate adds spice. Did water push hardest? Or did social and political hands decide to ride the current that nature already drew? Rivers, to keep their reputation for honesty, provide more than one kind of evidence. Diatom tests in pond sediments name freshwater species that thrive in slow, post-flood pools. Magnetic susceptibility measurements spike where heat once reddened earth and where iron-rich water left its signature. Pollen ratios show wetlands waxing at moments when fields politely took a step back. None of this requires a catastrophe with capital letters. The pattern is of a plane adjusting, households adjusting with it, and institutions noticing that the most sensible address for tomorrow might be a little farther along the same water. Archaeology tells the human side in the register of arrangements. At Sanxingdui, the grande finale you walked through earlier, the curated pits, reads like a period deliberately inked at the end of a paragraph. It is not panic, it is punctuation. At Jinsha, soon after, the grammar continues. Deposits smaller, closer to neighborhoods, rich in ivory and bright with sunburned gold. A mainstream chronology supports the handoff. Late 2nd millennium BCE closure upriver, early 1st millennium life and ceremony downriver. Historians are still debating whether there was overlap, a gentle braid rather than a clean splice. You tuck that hypothesis in the pocket that keeps your pens. Farmers, who treat sky and soil as colleagues, likely felt the shift first. A paddy that liked its corner now sulks. A ditch that drained well last year turns coy. A ferry landing grows tired of being useful. The practical response makes elegant sense. Follow the new convenience. Workshop carts prefer routes that cost fewer curses. Traders prefer stairs with fewer slippery jokes. Ritual planners prefer squares that don't require drying crews. The odd little fact that delights your inner engineer. Moving a ritual 10 minutes walk can save hours of cleaning when the floodplain decides to rehearse. Historians, cheerful and caffeinated, line the arguments up like cups on a tray. One camp says flood first, hydrology rerouted people. Another says quake first. Seismically lively mountains shrugged, soils liquefied, and stability went shopping elsewhere. A third says policy first, power reorganized, maybe new households, maybe new alliances, and the capital followed the chairs. A fourth, wearing a diplomat's tie, says all of the above in polite doses. Evidence points in several useful directions, which is why the debates stay friendly. Bedtime lets you keep 4 hats in the same suitcase without creasing any of them. People inside the past don't call what they're doing decline when it looks, smells, and moves like logistics. A warehouse gets a new roof in the next district. A boatyard prefers a bend with fewer sulky logs. A market pulls its mats toward fresher foot traffic. Those small shifts become visible from the future only when you stitch them together. And by the time the stitching reveals a pattern, a new name has already taken up residence in the where line of letters. Jinsha. Mainstream urban history nods at the process. The debate keeps us honest about how smooth the stitching really was. Evidence for water's louder moods does make cameos. A coarse sand sheet intrudes into a building foundation like uninvited confetti, then calms into silt as if embarrassed. Plant stems lie all the same way in one layer, an echo of current. In a pit off to the side, a slope-wash deposit smuggles upland grit into a neighborhood that doesn't usually host upland grit. These are the signatures of seasons with opinions. The mainstream takeaway is restraint. These layers are nudges, not necessarily knockout punches. Historians are still debating whether a single season carried the most weight or whether the cumulative shrug of many seasons proved persuasive. Floods, even polite ones, changed calendars. Harvest shifts a week. Kiln firings avoid monsoon blushes. Ceremonies learn to love windows when wind and water usually shake hands instead of bump elbows. If you imagine a yearbook for the city, The photos begin to show more repairs and fewer parades in the old square and, across the page, more parades and fewer repairs in the new. A niche delight from the lab. A run of charred seeds at the new site includes a weed species that thrives in freshly disturbed soils. Exactly what you'd expect near recently redirected channels. Earthquakes, whispered rather than trumpeted in the sediment, leave their own cautious signatures. Soft sediment deformation ripples, small sand blows that look like tiny volcanoes with stage fright, tilted post holes adjusted by hands that refuse to blame magic. The basin sits within reach of active mountain belts, so shaking is on the menu even if the chef doesn't brag. A mainstream caution keeps your balance. Not every wrinkle is tectonic, not every tilt is a tremor. Historians are still debating which features deserve the big E word, and the ground answers only in lowercase most of the time. Logistics, the quiet superhero of every chapter, has a field day with the move. Grain prefers shorter trips. Firewood prefers steeper banks that won't sulk under wheel ruts. Ivory and jade prefer handling lanes without surprise puddles. Markets like the angle of sunlight in a new plaza because shoppers do. If a city's pulse feels stronger where goods and greetings meet with fewer apologies, the administrative heart will not resist relocating. The mainstream urbanist in you smiles. Efficiency masquerades as fate more often than fate admits. The debate simply asks whether the decision-makers led or followed. Both are respectable verbs. Governance, even in the Bronze Age, understands the difference between a crossroads and a cul-de-sac. If the river's main braid starts favoring a bend nearer Jinsha, delegations change where they tie up, feasts change where they borrow extra benches, and officials change the view from their morning walk. Power likes company, and company follows water. A mainstream political reading adds color without drama. Centers rise where coordination is easier. Historians are still debating if the shift involved new ruling families or a recentering within an existing network. The masks, bless them, remain serenely unhelpful on that point. Carts creak across a mental causeway as you picture the practical week of a move. Day 1, inventory. Day 2, secure the heavy things with a sense of humor and more rope than pride. Day 3, ferry, pause, snacks. Day 4, set up the small square first so people can keep standing still together at dusk. Day 5, send a runner back to retrieve the tool everyone swore they wouldn't forget. Day 6, rehearse the tilt at the New Horizon notch. Day 7, rest because even civilizations need a nap. A quirky, pleasing aside, in muddy seasons, sandals tied slightly differently can keep a carrier's ankles happier. A detail no inscription mentions, but your arches approve. Workshops do not vanish. They change the playlist. Piece-mold stations find new corners near clay that behaves. Gilders carry tiny hammers and big patience. Lacquerers set up where ventilation is a collaborator, not a saboteur. The alloy recipes stay familiar because the problems do. Thin leaves still want graceful pores. Heavy bases still want forgiving walls. The mainstream craftsmanship thread is continuity with adjustment. Historians are still debating whether lost wax experiments grew or shrank in the new neighborhood. The fragments answer with their usual shrug. Sometimes, which is archaeology's favorite adverb. Birds on the bronze sacred tree's memory perch don't complain about the shorter ride. If full-height trees stand less often, branch clusters still stage height at human scale. The gesture of up remains. The engineering of sockets and collars keeps its old dignity. The audience, neighbors, cousins, visitors who heard nice square, good light, learns the new routes easily. A mainstream ritual observation. Choreography adapts to space like water adapts to banks. The debate around cosmology follows at a respectful distance. Axis of the world or axis of the neighborhood. Historians are still debating, and Bedtime approves of both metaphors sharing a bench. Lanterns lift in your mind as evening settles over both addresses. One winding down its headline years, one learning how to host. In the older square, a ceremony feels like a closing chapter rather than a cliffhanger. In the newer, it feels like a prologue rather than a takeover. The essential components. Music with good manners, faces with steady eyes, hands practiced enough to make weight look like grace. Persist. A mainstream cultural note insists on the obvious. Traditions move better than walls. The odd delight on a field note card. Someone sketched a star near the western notch at Jinsha and wrote, "First pause works here too." Continuity in 9 words. Memory, the city's unofficial archivist, stores receipts differently after the move. At Sanxingdui, the final great deposits read like a library closure with a party. At Jinsha, the deposits read like monthly periodicals. Slimmer, regular, carefully stacked. Neither tone is lesser. One says, "We're finished here," respectfully. The other says, "We're continuing nearby," efficiently. A mainstream interpretive pivot swaps the romance of disappearance for the logistics of relocation. Historians are still debating how ritual calendars adjusted. New moons same as old moons? And the answer appears to be a comfortable mostly. Science lends archives to both stages. Radiocarbon dates keep the timeline coherent. Artifact styles trace family resemblances without forcing uniforms. Sediment cores whistle the tune of wetter and drier intervals. Isotopes on ivory tell commute stories that cross the plain with a grin. The mainstream scaffolding stands. Late Bronze Age closure, early Iron Age continuity. The debate remains alive where it should. How many hands on the wheel, how much weather under the tires? Numbers keep the conversation honest, not bossy. Timelines, when they respect sleep, avoid shouting dates and offer ranges instead, like soft pillows labeled late second millennium and early first. In those pillows, Sanxingdui rests from its big stage work. Jinsha wakes into its shift, and the larger Shu story breathes between them without losing its rhythm. If a modern museum panel wants a single cause, the polite answer is, rivers and people negotiated. The capital followed the best contract. Historians are still debating clauses 3 through 7. You are allowed to dream during those footnotes. Stories that prefer drama can be gently edited without losing plot. Vanished civilization becomes relocated center. Cataclysm becomes hydrology plus governance. End becomes pivot. The masks don't mind the change in narration. Their eyes perform just as well if the square is 10 minutes west and the breeze smells slightly different. A mainstream communicative recommendation. Precise words help everyone sleep better. The quirky phrase that survives field tense. Rivers are the original urban planners, usually delivered with a fond roll of the eyes toward the nearest bend. Finally, the river writes the closing sentence for the chapter the way it writes all good endings, by not making one. Current moves past both banks, reflecting one moon with 2 ripples, and the reeds keep practicing their 1,000-syllable lullaby. The old square holds its dignity. The new square finds its routine. Your part is simple. Stand still, feel the ground's slow rearrangement, and accept that in places like this, disappearance often means, we'll be next door if you need us. The mainstream lesson curls up where it can nap. Centers shift, cultures continue. The debate, tucked in nearby with a smaller blanket, promises new footnotes in the morning and does not set an alarm. Museums settle into evening like lakes into windless weather, and the first door hushes itself behind your shoulders with a rubber seal sigh that feels tailor-made for bedtime. Carpet dims footsteps into velvet, and a guard nods as if granting a passport stamped quiet curiosity. Cases glow like small moons. Labels wait with calm sentences instead of speeches. The bronze faces you know so well appear in the distance with that same unblinking patience. Jokes stay soft here. No spoilers, the masks still don't blink. And the whole room suggests a pace that starts at stroll and slows to float. Footsteps choose the long arc around the first vitrine so reflections don't photobomb your view. And the mask beyond the glass answers in geometry rather than words. Mounts, painted the color of helpful shadows. Cradle the bronze at just so angles so light will skim, not shout. You lean in until the museum's invisible picket fence of distance says close enough. And a small highlight rides the brow as if it were a star following choreography. Habit taps your shoulder. Breathe out, lengthen the look. Let the object speak the way a lake speaks, by refusing to hurry. Glass does more than keep fingers honest. It edits the room into layers. Your face faintly overlaps a gilded cheek, then withdraws when you tilt a degree to the left. The mask remains, its reflections and yours negotiating like polite neighbors. Anti-reflective coatings lend that expensive nothingness conservators adore. But a little ghost of the gallery always lingers. You learn an old trick. Cup your hands at your temples to make a soft visor. No touching, scout's honor. And the glare drops just enough for the eye rims to become terrain again, not mirrors. The result is small and true. Perception improves when you help light behave. Lighting plays librarian for color, enforcing whisper level, lux. Organic materials, lacquer, textiles, ivory, relax at around 50 lux. Bronze and jade tolerate 150 without complaint. UV remains the uninvited guest banished at the door. LEDs do most of the work now, with a color temperature tuned warm so gold glows instead of glares. A mainstream museum fact lives here comfortably. Light damage is cumulative, irreversible, and sneaky. Dosage matters more than drama. The quirky side note is that curators keep blue wool swatches tucked in cases to test fading potential. The kind of insider bookmark that looks like a scrap and quietly saves careers. Heights matter because bodies do. Children get face-level views of faces. Wheelchair users read labels without chin acrobatics. Tall adults stop stooping after the second room and become nicer people. The old habit of placing everything at the curator's eye line retires when visitor studies prove variety wins. A mask a little low so the gaze meets you head-on. A tree fragment a little high so its upward energy stays intact. You catch your reflection again and shrug. When objects teach posture, spaces should listen. Labels keep company with objects like good travel companions. Attentive, brief, and unwilling to talk over the scenery. A sentence or two of mainstream context, late 2nd millennium BCE deposits, curated placements, piece mold casting. Then one oddity to make your grin appear, tool marks that look like Morse code along a leaf edge. QR codes hover for those who like long reads on small screens. Everyone else gets a map in simple words. Historians are still debating how much to interpret and how much to leave to looking, and the best label voice solves the argument by assuming you are smart and tired. Backrooms hum behind the gallery calm. And a glass wall lets you borrow a minute of conservation without becoming part of the dust count. Micro-vacuums were like polite insects. Sable brushes make tiny snowfalls of lint. A tray of silica gel granules blushes from blue toward pink and gets swapped before anyone panics. Pencils, never pens, note condition changes. Nitrile gloves squeak against foam as mounts are trial-fitted and trimmed. The hard truth of museums hides here in plain kindness. Display is choreography. Survival is the rehearsal that never stops. Chemistry keeps bronze from blooming where it shouldn't. Chloride tests. Silver nitrate droplets that turn cloudy if trouble lurks. Catch the hint before bronze disease decides to start a garden. Benzotriazole steps in like a small shield when needed. Rinses, not scrubs, persuade residues to leave without teaching new scars. A mainstream conservation ethic holds steady. Minimum intervention, maximum reversibility. The charmingly nerdy aside is a sticker on a crate called a shock watch that blushes red if a shipment has taken a rude fall. Museum people treat that little square like a lie detector. Gilding receives spade levels of attention. Old lacquer, if present, gets tested with solvents at the scale of eyelashes to avoid cleaning the history off the history. Loose leaf is encouraged to stay with a tiny breath of warmed air, and a brush move so gentle you half expect it to apologize afterward. Where leaf is forever gone, the loss remains legible rather than repainted. Truth gets better long-term reviews than perfection. You notice how even a millimeter of gold along a brow becomes a lighthouse at 30 paces under soft light. Designers 3 millennia ago counted on exactly that. Jade sits in the cool end of the room and does the slowest kind of theater. Under raking light, abrasion tracks appear like topographic lines on a pleasant planet, and your brain's haptics kick in. You feel polish without touching it. A tactile replica lives nearby for hands that learn by fingertip. Real stone stays behind glass precisely so that the replica can exist. Mainstream geology has its cameo. Nephrite's interlocking fibers make it tougher than it looks. That's why ancient wrists could make edges as thin as patience. The oddest delight is hearing 2 jade rings clink with bell-like courtesy during a handling session. The cleanest note in the building. Ivory asks the HVAC for a favor and usually gets it. 45 to 55% relative humidity. Slow drift, no surprises. Light stays low, mounts cradle weight along curves, and tiny crack monitors. Pencils lines the size of courage. Tell conservators if stress is thinking about becoming a problem. Schreger lines in cross-section wave their fan pattern hello under a microscope when species questions knock. Provenance gets filed without fanfare. Historians are still debating exact sourcing routes for large ivory caches here. And the ethics room keeps a chair open for discussions about display, context, and dignity. Screens adopt the role of helpful cousins rather than celebrity guests. A bronze mask rotates slowly on a wall panel, letting you study inner rims, tie holes, and that lovely seam that reads like punctuation when the light schemes across it. A slider reveals micro-CT slices, thicker at stress points, thinner at elegance, so you can see the engineering heartbeat under the face. Animations behave themselves. Short, specific, no swooshes. The best digital is the kind that makes the real object more interesting when you turn back to it. Scans, those digital twins with good manners, open doors for scholarship and home audiences alike. Structured light rigs capture profiles with the accuracy of a generous ruler. Photogrammetry weaves hundreds of photographs into meshes that remember pores and tool marks. Files travel to classrooms and kitchens, making the U in the chapter title literal. You pinch zoom a mask's brow while tea steeps. A mainstream benefit lands without wobble. Access expands attention. The caution follows close behind. Simulation needs a disclaimer so no one forgets which bronze pays the mortgage on wonder. Headsets tempt from a side bench, but the gallery script keeps them optional. When you slip one on, a guided dusk fades in soft horizon, reed sound, a breath of drum, then places a translucent mask at human height so your body learns the tilt instead of reading about it. No jump scares, no neon. After 2 minutes, the headset recommends that you look back at the real thing, a digital bow to the material world. Historians are still debating how far reconstruction should go before it starts telling more story than evidence allows. Sound design barely announces itself yet does most of the emotional lifting. Air handlers hum at the pitch of safe. Speakers breathe a river low enough that only your shoulders notice. Squeaky shoes get the gentle side eye from rugs with thicker pile near the best sight lines. You learn how much a room can change the way a mask looks by changing only what the ear receives. The odd fact that makes you smile. Some galleries add a sub-audible heartbeat under a long case to nudge visitor pacing toward lingering. And it works more kindly than any arrow on a floor. Flow, those invisible rivers inside buildings, decides where attention pools. A bronze tree fragment stands at a subtle bend so people pause naturally without clogging the stream. A mask sits on axis with a sight line to daylight down a corridor, encouraging a conversation between ancient metal and present weather. The discipline here is urban planning in miniature. Widen where clusters form, narrow where focus improves. Offer an eddy bench before the biggest label. Your body thanks whoever designed the path you now think you chose. Children draft their own maps across the room, and good practice lets them be cartographers. A low replica invites hands, not noses. A flip panel reveals how a piece mold key fits like a puzzle. A count the holes game on a mask rim turns attachment theory into a treasure hunt. Small victories, I found 7, become gateways. Big ideas follow later without being scolded into existence. The mainstream pedagogical note is obvious once you see it. Play is a research method for beginners. Replicas take their bow with honesty stitched into their labels. Casts explain how a seam looks in perfect health. 3D prints expose interior channels with a theatrical cross-section. Gilding samples demonstrate leaf versus no leaf, without risking a square millimeter of original surface. Historians are still debating how much restoration is too much on the real thing, and the profession's current comfort zone prefers visible men's invisible adhesives, with replicas doing any heavy lifting that would nudge originals toward fiction. Stewardship walks around with a ring of keys and a calendar. Loans cross cities so cousins can meet in one room for a season. Crates carry humidity with them like packed lunches. Couriers watch shock sensors like hawks. Shared custody agreements read like friendship contracts for objects. Mainstream museum culture has learned to write these with more humility than in the past, keeping origin voices near the microphone. The quirky crate fact you didn't know you needed. Some boxes have built-in ramps so a fragile base never has to step down and risk a wobble. Translations keep the room civil. Chinese, English, and a third language slide along the wall, matching tone rather than word counts. Audio guides switch registers, joke light for kids, midnight calm for sleepy adults, nerd spice for those who crave alloy ratios. Pronunciations appear in parentheses for words that prefer cooperation. Place names earn tiny maps that take pity on people who love rivers but not cardinal directions. The point is hospitality, not homework. Access shapes everything you don't notice until it isn't there. Fonts carry tall X heights for tired eyes. Contrast stays high. Captions on videos respect readers who brought ears and readers who didn't. Tactile routes exist so canes can read edges. A seating every 7 meters rule keeps knees out of revolt. A shelf of small, sterilizable styluses waits near touchscreens because some hands prefer tools. The most radical feature, strangely, is silence that belongs to everyone equally. Benches become the real exhibition in the end. On one sits a parent breathing like a normal person again. On another, a student sketching a brow curve that will fix itself in muscle memory faster than any caption. On a third, you letting the unblinking eyes do the slow work of resetting your tempo. The museum's true success is measured not in head counts but in lower shoulders. Somewhere a guard looks over and registers the posture change as a win. Shops whisper on the way out with a surprising lack of pushiness. A postcard reproduces the mask at near-life size so your wall at home can audition for museum on slow mornings. A small book keeps the tone of the labels. Calm, precise, kind. A magnet proves that no civilization is safe from refrigerators. You smile, choose a pencil, no pens, and realize even the merchandise knows the rules. Docents earn their halo by finding the volume where guidance becomes companionship. A good one asks what you notice before offering what they know. A better one knows when to step back so a child can be the person who discovers the seam first. Jokes carry gently. The mask is doing its best not to blink, and dates arrive without the drumroll that makes brains hide. Historians are still debating whether live tours or self-guided visits yield deeper retention. Your own night votes for both, depending on how much coffee happened earlier. Evenings, when the doors open to late hours, give the objects their favorite weather. Dusk outside syncs with the low lux inside. Crowds thin to river current speed. A short talk unspools in the corner about how a blue wool standard works or why benzotriazole is a hero with no action figure. You circle back to the tree fragment and realize it looks taller at night. Light steals height from daytime and hands it to silhouettes after dark. That feels like a secret the gallery happily tells anyone who stays late. Databases live under the hood like an engine that prefers transparency. Every object rides with a provenience number that behaves like a GPS in code. Every treatment logs materials by brand and batch. Every photograph stores angles so future lighting designers can recreate a happy accident. Increasingly, a public portal lets you search by eye shape or gilded brow and fall into a rabbit hole of masks you didn't know you needed. The best part, when a new paper changes a date by a decade, the label in the room updates with a speed that would impress a weather app. Captions on social posts try to be as responsible as labels, but you still see the occasional lost civilization phrase leap out of a headline like a cat from a cupboard. The museum account edits gently, relocated center, instead of vanished, structured deposition, instead of mysterious sacrifice. The job isn't to kill romance. It's to court a better romance. One where evidence gets the kind of respect usually reserved for plot twists. Historians are still debating the perfect balance between draw and accuracy in public storytelling, and comment sections happily audition as focus groups. Remote visitors become real visitors in their own homes, and the design team plans for them with the same care offered to bench sitters. High-resolution viewers let you park on a single chisel mark until it becomes a canyon. Audio tracks stand alone without footage because dishes sometimes need doing. Downloadable lesson kits translate cast, core, mold into kitchen-safe experiments using gelatin and silicone cake pans. The odd joy of the era is watching someone in another time zone discover the seam line you stared at an hour ago and gasp in the same syllable. Attention functions like a renewable resource if a building knows how to protect it. The best galleries ask for it softly, spend it slowly, and return interest with interest. You arrive with pockets full of notifications and leave with pockets full of edges. Browse, birds, leaves, rims, that will show up in your next doodle uninvited and very welcome. That is not an accident. It is a design goal. Quiet, finally, returns you to the first case for a second goodbye. The mask has not moved. The glass still edits the room. The light still behaves like a librarian with excellent taste. What changed is the instrument you brought. Breath steadier, gaze more patient, posture less in a hurry. Mainstream knowledge got its lines. An odd fact or two winked politely. Debates kept their chairs. What remains is a useful superstition. If a face never blinks, perhaps the blinking is your job. You do it now, slowly, once, and the gallery nods as if that tiny ritual counts. Moonlight drifts like soft dust across the gallery floor and settles on the bronze face waiting in its clear box, and a small part of the night decides to take a seat beside you. Eyelids on the mask remain the thinnest rumor, pupils deep enough to store a room, and the only motion is your breath, which insists on being counted even when everything else chooses stillness. Memory organizes itself without asking permission, arranging tonight's journey into neat trays. That first moonlit walk onto damp planks, the farmer's shovel echo from long ago, the pits that exhaled smoke, the eyes that refused to blink, the workshop that rumbled like weather, the trio of gold, jade, and ivory, the city streets by the river, the slow-motion ritual, the bronze tree's staircase of attention, the lab's patient numbers, the conversation between Shang and Shu, the migrating rivers, and the museum's soft orchestration that led you here to this last, unhurried room. Breath becomes the tool that never chips or rusts, and with each inhale the bronze face grows a hair closer, not spatially but conversationally. Exhale turns into a tiny tide that leaves more beach for thought, and somewhere between the two tides imagination volunteers for a job it clearly trained for, wearing the mask without touching it, letting posture and gaze do their timeless work while your shoulders learn to move less than they want to. Silence in the case works like the best teacher, refusing to answer until the question grows honest. If the face truly never blinks, then the blinking must be your assignment, and the muscles obey by lowering the outer world one shutter at a time until darkness turns from lack into texture. Somewhere inside that texture a lane from the city reappears, packed earth with broom arcs still visible, and the reed mat corridor returns, your feet remembering not only the pattern of steps but the way the woven edge pressed the ball of each foot just enough to feel like punctuation. A bronze eye lifts fractionally, and the crowd in your head obeys, not because anyone shouts, but because choreographed stillness is louder than any drum. Across the river in time, the workshop rekindles as a warm square inside the night, bellows timing themselves to the easy math of hands that have done this for years. Clay molds lean against racks like loaves, proofing politely. A crucible's lip glows with that particular orange that tells a master it's time to pour. A thin thread of metal slides into a gate and finds every runner it needs as if memory lived inside the alloy. Between that heat and this cool case, the distance feels thinner than logic would prefer. The same decisions about edges and planes you saw on the bench now persuade light to behave in the room, and your eye, the one that likes mischief, leans close enough to register a seam line like a whispered joke along a cheek. Evidence of piece mold construction that mainstream scholarship recognizes with a satisfied nod, while a more audacious curl nearby flirts with the lost wax crowd, and the debate you promised to keep friendly continues without raising its voice. Under the word value, 3 older words stack themselves without asking time, skill, attention, and the museum's low lux makes that stack glow more reliably than any spotlight. Gold leaf along the brow performs exactly as designed 3 millennia ago, sending a soft, legible signal that can be read from the far end of a square and also from the far end of a long day. Over in a corner of the mind where the lab lives, numbers keep their night shift. Radiocarbon anchors seasons to centuries. Micro-CT reveals thickness where elbows once conspired with gravity. XRF spectra behave like barcodes for alloy choices. And a tiny GCMS peak waves hello from a scrap of adhesive and says, yes, lacquer helped the gold stay kind. The mainstream scaffold holds steady. Late 2nd millennium BCE for the grand deposits here. Early 1st millennium for Jinshaw's bright continuation, while the debates about motive and migration keep their respectful chairs pulled out. Nearby, the bronze sacred tree wakes with the politeness of tall things that don't want to startle anyone, and the spiral of branch sockets reminds your body how to pivot a half-step to see new silhouettes. The birds at the tips attend to the same horizon the mask has been courting in your chest, and the old tension between world axis and portable stage prop resolves into a relaxed why not both Because careful engineering makes metaphors travel better than speeches do. Inside the pits again, a controlled fire breathes an even tone into the soil. The choreography of breaking, stacking, scorching, and covering repeats until the ground reads like a careful paragraph. Structured deposition remains the phrase that minds in this century prefer, and it does the job. It describes without guessing, it honors without embalming a motive we can't prove. Historians are still debating whether the sequence was a single grand finale or a series of measured closings. And your inner metronome votes for cadence over crescendo. Outside the walls, water rehearses arguments that have nothing to do with anger. Channels draft proposals in sand, flood pulses annotate with silt, and a river avulsion signs the bottom of the page with a modest flourish. The city responds with logistics, not laments, and Jinxa's stage lights come up the way a kitchen light does before dawn. Practical first, poetic afterward. Beyond the gallery, screens behave like obedient sketchbooks. A rotating mask models the curve your wrist wanted to trace. A slider makes the invisible interior visible, and a caption whispers the main point in language that doesn't try to show off. Piece mold seams are not flaws. They are the architecture of ambition. You like that sentence enough to adopt it as a posture. Later, when attention tries to wander, a guard's shoe squeaks and the sound acts like a tiny bell. The face doesn't mind the interruption because it knows the long game. A minute lost to squeak returns as a longer gaze afterward. Museums have learned this rhythm and built benches accordingly, and your spine accepts the invitation to be a column rather than a question mark. Earlier chapters continue to offer their best lines as prompts instead of conclusions. The farmer's shovel becomes the opener of doors rather than the owner of destiny. The frog's toe print in a flood lends additions for the role of assistant archivist. A string of knotted beads in a pocket teaches timing during ritual. A lab's blue wool standard saves gold from overexposure by doing absolutely nothing except fading in silence. Meanwhile, the specification sheet in your head gets one final tidy. Masks that never blink sit comfortably in the late Bronze Age of the Sichuan Basin. Alloy recipes lean tin-rich for crispness and lead-touched for flow. Trade networks braid ivory, jade, lacquer, and copper into the same family of hands. Ceremonies choose dusk because dusk chooses generosity. Sanxingdui's center of gravity eases into Jinxa's without requiring catastrophe. Museums throttle light and noise because preservation is the kind of love that prefers paperwork to poetry. Perhaps the most generous trick the faces play is teaching you how to move your attention without moving your feet. A slight head tilt from the mask becomes an invitation to turn your thought towards something specific. A notch in a ridge, a bird on a branch, a row of holes along a rim whose spacing solves both engineering and costume. Mainstream points keep themselves compact, and the delightful odd facts continue to volunteer without demanding a parade. Instead of asking for a grand theory, the room offers you a small, usable one. Objects that were designed to be seen at 50 paces can also teach patience at 50 centimeters. Scale is translation, not superiority. The same gaze that signaled a community with gold and geometry can quiet a single person with reflection and breath. Still, the questions that earned their lives by resisting certainty keep their place beside the case. Were the protruding eyes starpath pointers, theatrical amplifiers, political branding, or all three before lunch? Did the bronze tree operate primarily as diagram, stage, or both depending on who was in the square? Were the pits grand goodbyes, careful reorganizations, or seasonal accounting in ceremonial costume? Historians are still debating, and the bronze objects appear perfectly content to outlive the footnotes. Soon, the thought experiment about wearing the mask becomes specific enough to produce sensible physics. Weight settling on a padded frame, ties distributing load across the crown, breath finding new routes around the object's quiet insistence to be present in front of your face. You imagine turning with the steady pivot you practiced earlier and discover that balance is the real script. Like the best stage manager, and crowd attention the most renewable fuel any city ever discovered. Another memory tugs at your sleeve and leads you back to the lab tent where a technician named a beloved sable brush peacemaker because it persuaded flaking leaf to stay put more often than not. Tools everywhere have personalities because people do, and the gentle humor that floats through craft rooms is not any less important than the measurements. They are, in fact, measurements of morale, which determines whether difficult work survives winter. Tonight, the comparison chapter between Shang and Shu asks to stand near the mask again. Not for a scorecard, but for harmony. Oracle bone inscriptions elsewhere record questions and answers in heat and crack lines, while here light and edge record attention and timing in lift and tilt. Cousins share alloy recipes and diverge in stagecraft, and connection without collapse remains the phrase you promised to carry out of the room without dropping. After that, the river chapter slides into view and gives its last quiet bow. Moving water edited maps and people, who were paying attention, edited schedules. Sanxingdui's giant voice became Jinsha's finely drawn one, and the choir of Shu did not stop singing because the hall changed. This is the part of the book where the definition of resilience turns from slogan into choreography. Before leaving the case, a small exercise proposes itself. Close eyes, count heartbeats to 8, and watch what appears behind the lids. A plaza, a mat, a notch of horizon, a soft drum, a leaf edge bright enough to read like a syllable, a branch collar that knows the language of load, a child on the edge of the square learning posture by imitation. When the count finishes, open eyes and notice that the bronze face has not moved. The blinking was your job, and you did it well enough to feel different. Gradually, the museum dissolves into corridors and soft stairs. The shop displays pencils that know better than to leak. The elevator button glows at a wavelength that makes the brain nod, and outside, the night resumes its own program without asking for your notes. The mask remains where it prefers, inside calm air and careful light, but its geometry has stowed away in your chest and will draw lines on future mornings when a window catches sun in a particular way and declares a rehearsal. Finally, the chapter that promised to blink finds the only honest way to do it, by teaching your eyelids and attention how to coordinate. Blink once to reset glare. Blink again to keep eyes kind. Blink a third time to invite imagination to flex. When they open, keep the pace you learned from people who lifted weight for an entire city by refusing to hurry. Mainstream knowledge has taken its vows, odd facts have earned their freckles, and debates have been tucked into safe places where they can sleep without losing their jobs in the morning. Softly now, the room in your head turns down its switches until only the most necessary glow remains. The kind that pretends to be moonlight even when it's a hallway bulb doing its best. Breathing finds a longer path between inhales, like walking a familiar street at a pace that lets window boxes and stray cats become small gifts. Shoulders that have been negotiating with chairs all day agree to lower by a thumb's width. Then another, and something behind the eyes, something that tried very hard, decides it has earned a gentle blur. Bronze, in this version of the night, weighs nothing. It becomes outline and color, then only temperature, then the idea of kindness shaped into a face. A reed mat from an old square unrolls across the floor of the present, and soles of feet recognize its pattern without moving. Far away yet very near, a river makes its single, patient sentence, the one it repeats to reeds, bridges, and boats. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Every object from tonight's shelves chooses the quieter verb. Masks watch kindly. Trees hold calmly. Numbers hum softly. Debates fold themselves into small, friendly animals and nap in corners. If a star appears behind your lids, let it drift between branches you remember. If a drum insists on a heartbeat, let it set a pace that turns sentences into longer lines. The city that never really left simply changes rooms, taking off heavy shoes and leaving them neatly by a door. And if there is one last instruction, light as a thread, easy to forget and easy to keep, it is this: certain faces never blink so that you can, and every blink is permission to dream. Good. That's enough. The lights know what to do from here.